again, my dear inaanak. Congratulations for your successful event yesterday, honoring the frontliners in Intramuros and in and I know that you do that regularly, not just in Metro Manila, but in different provinces. I think you should institutionalize that. These are just tokens, but still it gives them sense of pride in the work that they do. And we learn more about yung kutsero, magkanong kinikita, sino may-ari ng karetela, na ang ganda ng ginagawa, industriya pala siya, 500,000 daw ang presyo nun, kung what do you call him? Nun, kung totoo man yun, kung saan ginagawa, nasa tondo pa ginagarahe, ipapayari ng kabayo. I mean, the whole industry, just through what do you call him? A driver of a carretela, what do you call the driver? A kutsero, mamang kutsero. Yes. So it's interesting how you see micro lives, no? Yes, and I'm sure in different provinces, it's not all kutseros. Yeah, it could be tour guides or even those who teach in diving, perhaps, or even those who guide in mountain trekking. Ang dami. Yeah, so it's very interesting, and I'm not reading my opening statement yet. We may, and we are falling in terms of numbers of arrivals compared to our ASEAN neighbors. But then when you see all of this, in short, let's not give up on tourism, even if we're failing and falling seemingly in terms of number of arrivals, but the ripple effect on not even industries, on livelihood of people is important. So I say that, right? Let me just read into the record my opening statement. As sponsor of the Department of Tourism's budget, I have the honor of presenting for our consideration the proposed 2026 budget of DOT and its attached agencies. Ilan ba attached agencies nyo? Which are these? TIEZA, TPB, Intramuros Administration, National Parks, Duty Free, Philippine Retirement. Commission on Sports. Meron pa bang ganon? Oo. Okay. And na yung Filipino, which is a foundation. Yes, hi. It supports a vital sector. It supports enterprises. It promotes our rich cultural and natural heritage. We note that the DOT's new appropriations for 2026 are markedly lower than last year, reflecting fiscal pressures that will inevitably affect operations, infrastructure, and regional programs. So in light of these constraints, it is important to consider whether a reasonable shift in priorities is in order. The recent reports of anomalies in other sectors, not yours, thankfully, remind us that resources must be used wisely and directed only where they can deliver the greatest impact. By channeling resources to tourism, programs that are transparent, accountable, and aligned with the National Tourism Development Plan, we can generate revenues, create jobs, at the same time project the Philippines as a premier global destination where a country is not only known for its beauty, but also for the integrity and professionalism of its institutions. May I ask our ComSec, Laika, ikaw pa rin. Okay, yes. To read into the record the presence of everyone, so we get to know also those in agencies. Thank you.
Thank you,
Of course,
Madam
I'd
Chair.
like to be the one to mention the our secretary's present, Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco, who I hope will be the one to present the budget. Yes. Thank you. Proceed,
Thank you,
please.
Madam Chair. Joining Secretary Frasco from the Department of Tourism is Undersecretary for Tourism Regulation, Coordination and Resource Generation, Shalimar Hoffer Tamano. Undersecretary for Tourism Development Planning, Verna Esmeralda Buensuceso. Undersecretary for Tourism Standards, Regulations, and Human Capital Development, Maria Rica Bueno. Undersecretary for Special Projects, Ferdinand Humapao. Undersecretary for Halal Tourism and Muslim Concerns, Mayra Paz Valderosa Abubakar. OIC Undersecretary for Administration and Finance, Milagros Sai. From the Tourism Promotions Board, we have Ms. Maria Margarita Nograles, Chief Operating Officer. From the Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority, or TIEZA, we have Dr. Mark Lapid, Chief Operating Officer. From the Duty Free Philippines Corporation, we have Mr. Patrick Joel M. Cinco, Chief Operating Officer. From the Intramuros Administration, we have Attorney Joanne Padilla, Administrator. From the Nayong Filipino Foundation, we have Dr. Mary Grace Akak, Executive Director. From the Philippine Retirement Authority, we have Mr. Roberto Zozobrado, General Manager and CEO. From the Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving, we have Mr. Marco Angelo Ancheta, Executive Director. And from the National Parks Development Committee, we have Ms. Cecil Lorenzana Romero, Executive Director. We are also joined by the following representatives from the Commission on Audit. We have Ms. Brenda De Gala, Supervising Auditor, and Mr. Ariel Caraecle, Supervising Auditor. And from the Department of Budget and Management, we are joined by Ms. Mercedes de la Cruz, Chief Budget Management Specialist. That would be all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
We like to welcome Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. It's very good he's here because their budget was cut, what, 1/3? Is it 1/3? Yes. So you can ventilate and convey all the budget cuts and justify, assuming you use it for this year, the utilization rate is good, to the chair of the Finance Committee. Thank you, Senator Sherwin. Would you like to make an opening statement? So we proceed with the DOT's budget. And after DOT, I leave it to you which of the attached agencies. Thank you. Thank you.
To the Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Finance, Subcommittee H, Senator Lauren Legarda. To the Chairperson of the Committee on Finance, Senator Win Gatchalian, and all the members of this august body. Mayong hapon kaninyong tanan. The 1987 Constitution directs the state to build a just and dynamic social order to promote full employment, a rising standard of living, and an improved quality of life for all. The Tourism Act of 2009 mandates government to make tourism a principal engine of investment, employment, and national development. It is in this spirit that I present before the Senate the proposed budget of the Department of Tourism and its attached agencies for fiscal year 2026. Tourism is not mere leisure. Tourism is livelihood. It is the fisherman in Palawan whose catch feeds a guest, the weaver in Mindanao whose fabric sustains tradition, the tour guide in Intramuros who keeps our history alive, the diver in Cebu whose work sustains his family, the hotel worker in Baguio whose service keeps her children in school. It is the small business owner in islands and cities across our country who put in the hard work every day and their hard-earned money in tourism investment. I have seen their struggles. The smallest marketing budget in the ASEAN, infrastructure gaps, competitors who outspend us 10-1. And yet, I have also seen their triumphs. Trillions generated for our economy, millions of jobs created, communities revived, and hope restored. Herein lies the paradox. The expectations upon tourism are exponential. We are asked to compete with the world's top destinations, to deliver tens of millions of visitors, to showcase the Philippines on the global stage, but with resources far below what our competitors commit year after year. And still, tourism delivers. The lesson is clear. Tourism delivers in crisis. Tourism delivers in recovery. But our vision goes beyond recovery to one of transformation. We have sought to reintroduce the Philippines to the world through our identity and culture, so that Filipinos may take pride not only in our destinations, but in our nation and in our being Filipino. In the presentation that follows, we will show how, despite extreme constraints, we have worked as hard as we can to build momentum, to strengthen domestic tourism, to restore international confidence, to diversify our portfolio, and to prove that every peso invested in tourism multiplies many times over for the Filipino people. The story of Philippine tourism is one of resilience and steady progress. From the rebound that we saw in 2022 to the exponential gains of 2023 and the continued growth in 2024 and 2025, we are not just recovering, we are building momentum. Each step forward proves that the Philippines has the demand, the products, and the people to compete globally. What we need now is to accelerate this comeback by sustaining investment, expanding connectivity and infrastructure, and deepening partnerships so that the Philippines does not just regain its pre-pandemic highs, but rather surpasses them. In 2024, Philippine tourism generated 3.86 trillion in internal tourism expenditure, representing no less than 8.9% of our country's gross domestic product. This achievement surpasses pre-pandemic levels with a recovery rate of 103%, proving that tourism is once again a leading force in our economy. The sector's strength reflects renewed confidence in the Philippines as a premier destination, showing how deeply tourism is interwoven with our national development. Every peso spent in tourism creates ripple effects across industries. Domestic tourism remains our anchor of resilience. In 2024, Filipinos made over 134 million domestic trips across the country, spending over 3.16 trillion pesos, or over 100% of 2019 levels. These figures underscore the love of Filipinos for their own country and their vital role in sustaining local destinations. A domestic market as strong as ours proves that stability can be derived from tourism in times of global uncertainty. The Philippines now leads in Southeast Asia in terms of domestic tourism expenditure, accounting for over 1/3 of the region's total. According to the World Travel and Tourism Council, in 2024, our domestic spending reached over $63 billion and is projected to reach over $70 billion for 2025, outpacing traditional leaders like Thailand and Indonesia. This achievement reflects the scale, diversity, and vibrancy of our local tourism economy. It also underscores the potential of domestic tourism as a foundation for global competitiveness. We are determined to harness this momentum moving forward. International visitors have shown a remarkable upward trajectory of their past few years, from just 163,879 arrivals in 2021, numbers surged by 1,519% in 2022, followed by another 105% increase in 2023 and a further 9% increase in 2024, reaching 5.9 million visitors. This steady climb demonstrates the strong recovery of global confidence in the Philippines as a premier destination. It also confirms that our strategies are working, steadily positioning the country as a tourism powerhouse, with these gains representing not only statistics but real opportunities for the Filipino people. Inbound tourism expenditures exceeded our targets. 700 billion in inbound tourism spending in 2024 came to the coffers of our country, representing over 116% of 2019 levels, marking a 39% above target accomplishment, reflecting successful premium market positioning. Tourism, however, is fundamentally about people. In 2024, the industry employed over 6.75 million Filipinos directly, or 13.8% of our entire national workforce. When we include indirect employment, the figure rises to over 16.5 million Filipinos. This chart shows how tourism creates jobs across sectors, from accommodation, food services, transport, retail, recreation, and cultural services. Tourism truly is a cross-cutting enabler of livelihoods. Philippine tourism continues to lead Southeast Asia in scale, jobs, inclusivity, and economic impact. driving growth and resilience for our nation. Despite operating with one of the smallest marketing budgets among major ASEAN destinations, with only $5.2 million to work with, or just a quarter of our competitors, the Philippines delivers the highest yield per arrival at over $2,055 and the strongest marketing return on investments at 234.51. This proves that even with very limited resources, our campaigns generate strong value and efficiency. However, the constraint of scale means arrivals remain lower than neighbors like Thailand and Malaysia. With proper and sustained investment, the Philippines has the potential to combine this proven efficiency with higher volumes, unlocking far greater tourism receipts and competitiveness in the region. Our path forward is guided by the National Tourism and Development Plan for 2023 to 2028, approved by President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. This blueprint identifies 7 objectives that we have sought to prioritize to provide a stronger foundation for Philippine tourism. All of these are anchored on the pillars of connectivity, convenience, and equality. To improve convenience, we have established 12 tourist rest areas nationwide, born out of the demand of tourists going around the country, finding that their number one concern about going to and from destinations was the lack of clean and decent restrooms. These facilities provide clean, accessible, and secure spaces where travelers can rest and refresh. They are a symbol of our Filipino brand of care and our commitment to enhance the journey of every tourist, whether local or foreign. Our tourist rest areas also provide opportunities for our small and medium enterprises to sell locally made goods, thereby providing opportunities for the upliftment of the community. Building on the massive demand for TRAs across the country, the Department of Tourism, as well as our attached agency, TIEZA, in partnership with local government units across Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, aim to construct around 100 tourist rest areas within the term of the President. These will be strategically located to serve both high-volume destinations and emerging sites. The expansion will ensure that every region benefits from improved facilities. Connectivity is equally vital to the success of our destinations. Therefore, through the Tourism Road Infrastructure Program in partnership with the DPWH, we completed over 880 kilometers of tourism roads from 2022 to mid-2024, providing access to key destinations and linking communities to markets and visitors. I note, however, roads funded under DOT. These are roads that are funded under the DPWH's budget for the tourism roads. We note funded on test, yeah, better. Okay, tabi. Madam Chair, the number 882
But we'll
kilometers.
get back to that. Just remind me that I asked that question because
Yes.
that's not your budget. It's budgeted under DPWH but earmarked for Tourism Infrastructure Program. You have the right. Ginagamit ang inyong destinations at ang inyong ahensya na nakalodge sa ibang ahensya na wala kayong control unless kayo ang nagbibid, nagpo-procure, hindi sila, di ba?
That
So
is
make
correct.
sure, oversight function, abogada ka iha, check mo sa kanila. Lahat ba ng pondo ay ginamit para sa baka asfalto lang ginawa. I mean, I'm just trying to be very, very safe. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To be clear, the number 882 kilometers is from the report provided to us by the DPWH.
Having learned our lesson, everyone relies on reports, even if there's no COA finding. We have to be very careful. And then, how would we know, how would you know whether it's been done? Maybe your regional, provincial offices can look, diba? Spot check, right? Or let DPWH put it on their website and yours, or submit to the committee the detailed status of these 882 kilometer roads leading to tourist destinations, what province, what town, and then all the mayors and barangay captains, they'll know whether it was built and built well. Diba? Sige. Thank for your own protection also.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have witnessed many of these tourism roads across the country, but I agree with you on the need for audit of the DPWH's report. We note as well that for the year 2026, there is zero funding for new tourism roads under the budget of the DPWH. There is, however, a meager budget for continuing roads.
This is under the convergence.
It is, however, the budget is lodged with the DPWH,
yeah.
and at best, the DOT merely endorses.
But the convergence is really meant for agencies to come together, come up with projects that will improve the convergence objective, which is tourism in this case.
That is correct, Senator.
And then you recommend the roads, but they build. Or
Yes.
they can also recommend roads.
It's for the continuing roads, it's the DPWH that provides us with the list. For the new roads, it's the DOT
DOT.
that provides its endorsement for funding.
Do you have in the NEP these tourism roads lodged under the DPWH budget?
Yes, Madam Chair.
How much is it?
This year, if I'm not mistaken, it's around 3.5 billion only.
Let's look
But
at
these
the-
are continuing roads,
Yes,
not new roads.
Let's look at the status first of the 2024, which is expiring December of this year, and the 2025 implementation. Before we, but that's under the budget of DPWH, not yours.
Yes, Madam
Or you're
Chair.
presenting it also here today. It is
Um,
lodged on, charge sa inyo yung allocation, DPWH.
It is
Sila
not charged
implementer.
to DOT, but it has been the position of the DOT that just as convergence budgets are lodged under the
Implementing.
agencies, other agencies, but implemented by DPWH, the position of the DOT is that tourism roads should be lodged with the DOT.
So that the accountability is yours, and you're certain that it will lead to tourism destinations. And so that when you face us saying that there's a 3.5 billion road infrastructure project, masasagot nyo, diba? Hindi lang paper report to you from another agency. So I leave it to the judgment of the chair, no? But this will be asked in the DPWH budget since they're the implementers, but they're the ones who recommend. How would we know? As I said, health centers and hospitals, tourism roads, farm to market roads, DepEd school buildings, all DPWH. If there could be substandard or even goes in DPWH for their own organic, I call it projects, what more the other agencies, I'll use a very colloquial term and loosely, baka nabibiktima naman ng ibang mga departments. If we allocate in the other departments to be implemented by an agency which has gained notoriety of late, inaamin nila, this is what happens, we might be wasting the whole national budget, at least for these agencies, right? So I leave it to you. I don't expect you to answer that, or even the secretary. But for me, dapat siguro under sa department, pero sagot ng secretary. But the problem is they don't have naman an engineering. But why not, like in DepEd, we allow flexibility, right? Hindi na DPWH lang. We allowed what? PPP, LGU, pero hindi natin alam at saka CSOs. I'm not sure. I just want, that's 3.5B.
I heard that the
Okay.
secretary prefers that the 3.5 billion will be lodged under DOT.
By virtue of our experience, where year after year, we make recommendations based on data and based on demand from our regional offices, and year after year, the funding for new roads is either very small or zero. That is what prompted us to take the position that perhaps it would be better that it be lodged under the DOT, so that we are assured that the tourism roads are given priority.
The common, I think the rationale for lodging it under DPWH is because they have the core competency of building infrastructure, supposedly. So meaning they have the engineers, they have the planning people to plan all of those, and then they execute. If we will lodge it under DOT, does DOT have the capability of doing all of those? Because it's a very
Yes.
specialized field.
Yes, the DOT would not have the capacity to absorb the implementation of these projects. However, the model that we wish to follow as a template are that of the DepEd, the DOH, and the Department of Agriculture. In terms of their classrooms, their health facility enhancement program, as well as their farm to market road for these respective agencies, where the budget is lodged in their agencies, but it is executed by the DPWH.
Okay.
In the case of the DOT, the
Yes.
budget is not lodged with us; it is lodged with the DPWH.
The placement of the budget under which house, but it can be under TIEZA if TIEZA has the capacity, because TIEZA is a construction. TIEZA is responsible for construction, although GOCC siya.
Yes,
Oo.
we don't object to that
Yeah,
model
within
as well.
TIEZA. Yeah, I'm not sure. So, in fact, tanong ko to mamaya, I'll ask it now. Maybe your lawyers could check. Will this be a violation of your mandate if the construction and improvement of access roads leading to declared tourism destinations now implemented by DPWH in the amount of 3.5550 billion will be transferred from DPWH to TIEZA? Check. I hope you have an answer later, or we proceed with that.
I can answer it now, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
yes.
We are uncomfortable with
Mhm.
lodging the budget of 3.5 billion in continuing roads with TIEZA or DOT, because these roads were started by the DPWH. And as you rightly pointed out, these continuing roads should still be subject to audit. So if there is to be any new funding for new roads, then that is the budget that we would be comfortable lodged under our agency or TIEZA.
Because a 3.550 is based on previous roads. It's the same continuation. Kung 1 kilometer, the next year another kilometer. Kung may problema o kung goes o substandard, mahirap. The blame might be put on you. Okay. It doesn't solve the problem, but at least it's clear that you don't want it under you as of now. And TIEZA also. Sige. Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the global trend of providing digitalization in the tourism industry, we have ensured, by way of the Tourism Promotions Board, the enhancement of the Travel Philippines mobile app, which has reached nearly 100,000 downloads as of August 2025, providing tourists with reliable information and curated experiences at their fingertips. Complementing our digital push is the Department of Tourism's first ever 24/7 tourist assistance call center, which has, as of date, assisted nearly 20,000 tourists from 73 countries, offering multilingual support, ensuring visitors feel safe and cared for throughout their journey. Central to our efforts is the Filipino Brand of Service Excellence, or FBSE. As of August 2025, we have trained over 345,000 tourism workers nationwide from a baseline of only 13,000 in 2022. This program institutionalizes the hallmark warmth and care that Filipinos are known for all over the world. It ensures global standards in terms of hospitality and service quality with an authentically Filipino brand. To promote culture and creativity, we have completed Philippine Experience Program caravans in 12 regions, showcasing our heritage, cuisine, artistry, and the like of 32 provinces, 31 cities, and 51 municipalities. By bringing tourism to our communities in both popular and emerging tourism destinations, the Philippine Experience Program transforms local assets into national treasures. It also empowers our local artisans, chefs, performers, and other workers in the tourism industry. Most importantly, the Philippine Experience Program has already translated into real market opportunities, with 66 tour packages developed to bring these community-based tourism experiences closer to both international and domestic travelers. We recognize the need to continue investing in tourism infrastructure. Hence, through the Tourism Champions Challenge, which is a partnership between the DOT and TIEZA, we have awarded over 255 million pesos in grants to 15 local government units under the first cycle. Building on this success, we are now embarking on the second cycle of the Tourism Champions Challenge, where 21 LGUs will be awarded a cumulative amount of 399 million for tourism infrastructure support. The Philippines
99 for one LGU for all na. That's
for
our
all
program.
for all 21 LGUs. The Philippines rose from 12th to 8th place in the Global Muslim Travel Index in 2025, reflecting the prioritization of the national government for the development of halal and Muslim-friendly tourism. By tapping into this growing global market, we are diversifying our portfolio and increasing our competitiveness. We have also inked partnerships with hotels, resorts, and accommodation establishments across the country to be able to convert their facilities to becoming Muslim-friendly destinations. Food is part and parcel of our culture, and gastronomy tourism is a fast-growing market. The Philippines has elevated our profile in this regard through events like the gastronomy, or rather UN Tourism Regional Forum on Gastronomy for Asia and the Pacific, as well as the launch of our gastronomy tourism roadmap and the arrival of the Michelin Guide. To harness our potential as a world-class dive destination, the DOT has invested in improving diver safety by installing hyperbaric chambers in key dive sites through TIEZA. The Philippines is steadily carving its place on the global map of golf tourism. Through the Philippine Golf Experience, we gather international and local golfers to showcase our competitive courses and unique hospitality. Sports tourism, on the other hand, continues to energize our visitor economy. From hosting the World Surf League to international e-sports tournaments and marathons, as well as various other sports such as basketball and volleyball, these events not only draw athletes and spectators, but also spotlight local destinations on the global stage. The Philippine cinematic landscapes have long inspired global producers. Hence, we are building on this strength by offering fiscal incentives through TIEZA and positioning our country as a premier filming location. From Hollywood to Bollywood, we are courting international production houses to showcase our islands, cities, and culture. On the aspect of MICE, the Philippines is reclaiming its status as a premier MICE destination. In 2024 alone, we hosted a series of high-profile events that brought together business leaders, professionals, and innovators from across the globe. MICE tourism enhances our reputation as a global hub for collaboration and exchange. And we're working closely with the TPB to ensure that we position the Philippines as an attractive MICE destination. The diversification of our tourism portfolio is producing measurable economic returns. Diving and marine sports, for example, generated over 182 million, education and volunteerism, 54 million, health and wellness, nearly 491 million, and cruise tourism around 83 million. These gains have expanded further in 2024, with health and wellness surging to over 2.46 billion pesos in ROI. To stimulate local travel, the DOT mounted major expos such as North Luzon Travel Expo, Central Philippines Tourism Expo, and the Mindanao Tourism Expo, spotlighting emerging destinations and offering exclusive packages to Filipino travelers. They also provide platforms for MSMEs to showcase their products and services. At the same time, we have worked tirelessly around the world to enter into bilateral agreements in order to yield tangible results, such as support for visa liberalization policies for markets like China and India, assistance in lowering travel advisories from Korea and Japan, and facilitation of new routes with India as well as Japan. Programs include the two-country, one-destination collaboration that we have with Thailand, and sharing of best practices on halal tourism with Brunei, as well as cultural heritage initiatives with Cambodia. Under the leadership of President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., the Philippines is currently showcasing its rich heritage at the Expo 2025 in Osaka, Japan. Our woven pavilion, crafted with pride and purpose, will be a centerpiece of Filipino artistry and creativity. As Commissioner General designated by the President, the Department of Tourism is proud to lead this initiative in partnership with the Tourism Promotions Board and our fellow government agencies. Already, as of this week, over 1 million guests have engaged with the Philippine Pavilion. This global platform allows us to share the soul of the Philippines with the world. Tourism is a shared responsibility, and the private sector is our indispensable partner. Hence, we have inked various memoranda of understanding, cooperation, and agreements with airlines, hotels, digital platforms, and financial institutions to expand tourism collaborations and partnerships. Through these, we enhance connectivity, create promotions, and widen our market reach. On the other hand, we recognize that the tourism industry is highly dependent on over 90% of our small and medium enterprises. Hence, the DOT partnered with the Department of Trade and Industry and SB Corp to roll out the Turismo Ascenso Multipurpose Loan Program, providing accessible financing to small businesses that are the backbone of tourism. One can loan an amount of up to 20 million pesos at very attractive financing and repayment rates. On the other hand, we have inked an agreement with the Department of Social Welfare and Development for the Bayanihan sa Bukas na May Pag-asa sa Turismo program, providing a safety net for tourism workers affected by disasters and emergencies. This program ensures that in times of crisis, the DSWD is able to provide emergency cash assistance, while the DOT is able to provide alternative livelihood training so that they can continue their livelihood. We have also partnered with the Department of Migrant Workers to provide capacity building and skills training for returning OFWs who wish to be reintegrated in our country. This initiative provides OFWs with opportunities to put up their own tourism businesses or to learn new tourism skills that can provide them with gainful employment. On the other hand, we have sought to increase social protections for our tourism frontliners, especially our beloved tour guides. We have provided over 1,129 guides with tour kits, personal insurance, and ensured that their efforts are recognized in shaping our visitor experiences and preserving the authenticity and how the Philippines is shared with the world. To strengthen tourism education, the DOT, TIEZA, and CHED recently signed guidelines for the proper use of the Higher Education Development Fund. This allows a portion of the travel tax remitted by TIEZA to CHED to support HEIs and students. Our efforts to strengthen the Philippines brand extend to international placements and branded content, from securing features in global media to collaborations with international airlines. These initiatives ensure that the Philippines remains a top-of-mind destination among travelers. As an archipelago of over 7,600 islands, with a 99% dependency on air travel for international tourists, air connectivity is the backbone of Philippine tourism. Internationally, new routes were introduced from San Francisco, Seattle, and Vancouver to Manila and Cebu, while Paris to Manila was also launched. We also resumed expanded connections across Asia and other parts of the world. In October, we are welcoming routes from Delhi in India as well as Australia. Domestically, new and expanded services are opening more gateways. In order to make travel to the Philippines easier, we have rolled out critical reforms. These include visa-free entry for Indian and Taiwanese nationals, a cruise passenger visa waiver, as well as our President's signing of an executive order for the issuance of a digital nomad visa. Madam Chair, at this juncture, and with your permission, the following slides will be discussed in detail by our OIC Undersecretary for Administration and Finance, who will provide the corresponding fiscal and programmatic breakdowns of our proposed budget.
Thank you, Secretary Frasco. Yusek Sai, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. With the permission of the Chair, I am pleased to present before this honorable committee the proposed budget for the Department of Tourism for fiscal year 2026. So in pursuit of our vision of transforming the Philippines into a tourism powerhouse in Asia, the Department of Tourism proposed an appropriation for next year of 3.718 billion pesos, where the biggest share of 3.19 billion or 86% is allocated to the DOT OSEC. IA will have an allocation of 159 million or 4%, while NPDC and PCSSD will have 320 million and or 9% and 44.9 million or 1% respectively. Flash on the next slide is the breakdown of the proposed budget by agency and allotment class, where notably maintenance and other operating expenses constitute 69% of the appropriation, followed by personnel services at 23%. Capital outlay, on the other hand, is at 7% or about 247.6 million. This pertains to the DOT OSEC Information Strategic Plan for 2025, various vehicle requirements, and other capital outlay requirements. The NEP for 2026 indicates a total decrease of 4.6% in budget appropriation of the DOT programs as compared to its 2025 program. For the DOT OSEC, the total appropriation based on the NEP is at 3.193 billion, where the Market and Product Development Program will get the bulk of the budget, followed by the General Administration and Support. For our next slide, for fiscal year 2024, the Department of Tourism received 3.07 billion, of which 2.67 billion was obligated, translating to an 87% utilization rate. More importantly,
Sorry, can you go back to the slide where it says that your budget total is 0.14% higher. We're just confused by our notes. The first slide, DOT total is 0.14% after this slide, please. Yan, 0.13% higher, only the OSEC. Total DOT is
Negative.
-4. -4 din yung sa'yo? Oo, pareho. Okay. Because of the -46, halos kalahati sa IA na putol. Sige. Okay. Please proceed to the page earlier. So it's -4 lower.
Yes, Madam
I saw
Chair.
it somewhere na 1/3. So it's not 1/3. I correct my statement earlier if I said so. Thank you. Proceed, please.
For the programs of policy formulation and planning, targets were exceeded due to the increased development of national and local tourism plans and the higher demand for technical assistance from both requests for both LGUs and non-LGUs. This included requests for site assessments, statistics, and support in crafting local tourism development plans. For the tourism industry training, the overachievement was largely driven by the implementation of the Filipino brand of service excellence, which required extensive nationwide training. Some programs were also co-organized with industry stakeholders, further expanding the number of training activities conducted and participants reached. For standards development and enforcement, the increase in accredited enterprises was attributed to intensive campaigns targeted toward accreditable establishments and tourism frontliners. High levels of compliance were also observed among accredited establishments, resulting in strong performance against targets. Finally, in market and product development, overperformance was driven by the conduct of more product development initiatives, trade development initiatives, and consumer activations than originally targeted. These efforts resulted in higher than expected accomplishments and expanded the department's reach in both local and international tourism. For the next slide, as of June 30, 2025, the DOT OSEC obligated 1.32 billion out of 2.48 billion allotment, or 53% BUR, the highest mid-year utilization in the history of DOT OSEC, with an overall disbursement rate of 62%. The next slide will provide you with an updated utilization rate for the DOT OSEC. As of September 24, the DOT already obligated 67% of its allotment. And the DOT OSEC's budget over this slide shows you the DOT OSEC's budget over the 5 years. The previous slide, please. Where our resources have adjusted alongside broader fiscal conditions. From 2.19 billion in 2020, allocations went down in 2021 by 17%, and in 2022, reaching a low of 1.59 billion. By 2023, the budget slightly improved to 2.43 billion, largely because of the 1.27 billion branding allocation that allowed us to relaunch the Philippines in international markets after borders reopened. However, in 2024, appropriations dropped again to 1.98 billion, or 19% lower than the previous year, with branding support reduced to only 200 million. This limited the momentum of our international promotions, even as the department maximized every peso provided. At the program level, Market and product development still carried the biggest share, though at much reduced levels in 2024. Meanwhile, the policy and planning program rose to 787 million, reflecting support for the implementation of the DOT-06 ISSP implementation. While training and standards remained modest, but fully utilized to sustain capacity building and accreditation. Despite these challenges, the department has shown high absorptive capacity, ensuring that limited budgets are consistently translated into tangible accomplishments for the tourism sector. For the next slide, the DOT-OSEC has consistently, previous slide, shown strong absorptive capacity with obligation rates across programs generating high from 2020 to 2024. And the next slide shows that the effective budget utilization, as I stated before, as of September 24, 2025, utilization has reached 67%. This reflects the department's stronger absorptive capacity and sustained reforms in procurement and financial management. Building on our recent year performance in 2023 and 2024, we are confident that utilization for 2025 will remain on track to close strongly by year end. For the next slide. Okay. This refers to the historical funding for our branding campaign budget. So over the past several years, the budget for the DOT-OSEC branding campaign has fluctuated significantly. From 2018 to 2019, the program maintained a stable allocation of 1 billion annually, providing strong support for tourism promotion initiatives. However, beginning in 2020, the budget experienced substantial reductions, with appropriations decreasing to 803 million in 2020, 468 million in 2021, and further to 309 million in 2022. In 2023, the campaign received renewed recognition with a sharp increase in allocation to 1.2 billion, of which the department achieved a 92% budget utilization rate, underscoring the importance of revitalizing the Philippine tourism brand in the post-pandemic period. This momentum, however, was not sustained as the budget fell to 200 million in 2024. By 2025, the appropriation was further reduced to only 100 million, the lowest level in recent years. This downward trend highlights the urgent need to reassess the adequacy of resources devoted to branding. Given the highly competitive global tourism market, sustained and sufficient investment is essential to promote the Philippines as a premier destination.
I'll interrupt there, but please continue in our conversation. I just want to put it on record. Assuming we support you in your NEP proposal for branding for 500 million, if the image of our country are based on three, let's say, kinds of images or headlines: crime, corruption, and floods, how can a 500 million budget change that whole image when they see all the online, in all platforms, presentations, conversations of crime, corruption, and floods? Answer me later, Secretary. We want to support you, but we were talking, it would be such a heroic effort in DOT's part if you're able to change the national conversation and the global perception of our country from crime, corruption, and floods. Again, not your fault. And it's all our duty, individually and collectively. Continue, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the steep decline for the branding budget not only limits the department's capacity to mount large-scale and sustained branding initiatives, but also poses challenges in competing with neighboring destinations that continue to heavily invest in their tourism marketing campaigns. The trend underscores the importance of ensuring consistent and adequate support for branding if the Philippines is to strengthen its visibility and competitiveness in the global market. For the next slide. The next slide, please. The next slide will show you the comparison of our branding budget with the tourism budget with that of our ASEAN neighbors budget. The Philippines tourism budget for 2024 stood at 52.1 million US dollars, significantly lower compared to its ASEAN competitors. Singapore allocated the highest at 431.42 million, followed by Malaysia with 262.87 million, Indonesia with $234.36 million, and Thailand with $167.90 million, while Vietnam provided a budget for tourism at $147.92 million. So these figures show that our neighbors are investing 3 to 8 times more than the Philippines in tourism development. So this comparison underscores the disparity in resource allocation across ASEAN countries.
Just a question. I am told that the branding for 2025 is not 100M. It's actually 400 million because there was an augmentation, 500. So 400 plus a 100 because there was an augmentation from the contingent fund. So your net proposal for 2026 is the same as your total 2025 GAA. Is that correct? Yeah. So there was an augmentation from contingent fund.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
The 100 million we are referring is those coming from the budget of the DOT, OSEC under GAA, while the 400 million
Was contingent fund
of
augmentation.
the
Mm.
Office of the President.
Yes. So but you did not state that.
No,
So-
because
But you have to tell us what resources you have. Yeah. Okay. Just kindly correct that so that it's clear. So what you're asking for 2026 in the net is the same level of what you have for this year. Then kindly explain to us the branding. Of course, we would understand it. I have communications background, but explain to us how the branding is done, which agency does it. So that I agree, we should help improve, change the image of our country, and then we see. So all you're asking for is the exact budget that you already have, right, Secretary? The same, not more, but the same budget that you have.
Yes.
Mm-mm.
To clarify, Madam Chair, 100 million appeared in the GAA for
GAA,
2025.
yes.
And so distressful was this meager amount in terms of promotions that we sought help from the Office of the
So
President.
there was an augmentation.
There was indeed an augmentation. However, is yet to be seen in the last quarter of this year, considering that the FISARO was only released.
So it's not yet been utilized. Not
It's
yet
in the
released.
process of
Okay.
utilization still,
Pang implementation. Okay. Just
not in full.
Okay, just explain to us later, please, after the
Yes.
numbers. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that's about it for my presentation and with the kind indulgence of the Chair.
Thank you very much, Yusek Sai. I would yield to the Chair of the Finance Committee for his questions first for the DOT. Then we proceed to each attached agency or GOCC after. So we talk about the whole DOT first. Ask the questions you want, then I'll ask Secretary or any of those in the panel. Then we go to TIEZA, TPB and TIEZA, then the other GOCCs. Thank you. Chair has the floor.
Yeah, I'll continue, ma'am, on the branding. Includes advertising or includes advertising?
That includes advertising.
That includes advertising because there's also another account in the MOE it's 173 million. So how does that work? Isa lang ba yung branding, then advertising, or separate pa yung advertising?
Mr. Chair, it includes advertising. So for the 100 million, we have included country brand development. So the enhancement and activation of the Love the Philippines campaign, cross-market branding initiatives, the local and international expenses and other expenses.
The branding campaign.
For
But in the NEP, there's two items. The branding, which is 500 million, and there's also advertising expense, which is 173 million. Tama? Or the 173 is included in the branding? Under your operations, there's 500.
Mr. Chair, it's expense code,
Yes.
the advertising, for
No,
branding.
that's in your MOE,
Yes,
correct?
yes po.
Yung branding campaign is in your cost structure. It's in your operations,
Yes,
correct?
yes po.
Is the 173 part of that
Part.
cost structure, part of your branding campaign?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Tama?
Yes,
So the entire amount for branding campaign, program, and advertising is 500. Tama?
yes.
Okay. Is the 500 already, is that the request, the original request of the agency?
No.
What is the original request of the agency for branding campaign?
For the proposal of the DOT, we requested 1 billion,
1 billion
500 million for tier 1 and 500 million
for branding campaign.
Yes,
But kaklaruhin ko lang that includes advertising. Okay.
yes,
So isang package na siya, in
Yes.
other words. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
So 1 billion is the target. Tama? Just to get the numbers correct.
Mr. Chair, to be clear, for tier 1, we proposed 500 million. For tier 2, we proposed another 500 million. Tier 2 was not approved by the DBM. Yes.
So the agency is requesting for branding campaign lang. The agency is requesting for 1 billion for branding campaign.
Yes, that is correct.
And continuing
Mr.
from
Chair.
what our chairperson mentioned, what does branding campaign include? What is the concept of that branding campaign? If we allocate 500 million to bring it 1 billion, and I do support. First of all, I'm a firm believer of tourism. It's a low-hanging fruit of the country, and it's generates about 15 to 20% of our economy in terms of gross value added. It brings jobs to the countryside, obviously, and you don't need a PhD to be a tour guide. No, all you need are skills. So we can actually increase tourism potential with very little investment. So I firmly believe in tourism. However, I just want to make sure that which part of the budget can generate the most number of tourists or the highest yield in terms of investment. Is that the branding campaign?
Well, in terms of awareness about the Philippines and our aspirations to be a top-of-mind destination around the world, then yes, it would have the most impact as far as the Philippines' competitiveness vis-a-vis the marketing and promotion and branding efforts of our direct competitors.
If we add that 500 million on top of the 500 million already existing in the NEP, what additional activities can we do with that additional? Kasi may 500 na tayo ngayon, no? What additional PAPs can we do with that additional 500?
We would be able to spend more for the ongoing executions. And these include traditional placements, out-of-home billboards and executions, digital marketing, joint promotions with airlines, travel, and tourism stakeholders, activations around the world, as well as partnerships with those that can help us bring in the numbers for the country. So the additional funding will not only expand our ability to support these current executions, but also allow us to sustain what we have been trying to do for the past few years.
Palagay natin yung art card ng details ng branding. Yes, for us to understand it better. The breakdown, no? Maybe that's what the chair means. How do you break down 500 million that you're requesting for? Ano yung pang billboard? Ano yung pang online promotions? Anong pang mainstream television sa international na programs? Oh, para maintindihan namin. Thank you. And which agency or supplier is doing it, or is it in-house? Is it, yeah, Love the Philippines, no? First, yung concept. Second, how is it implemented on the mainstream traditional media and social media or online promotions? And what are billboards and where? And is it in buses, let's say, in London or Paris? Ano ba yun? What kind of billboards, etc.?
Yeah. I'm having the team come up with the necessary information, Madam Chair. But just as a general form of execution, it varies per market. So in Europe, for example, what has worked very well for us is actual executions on the ground, such as bus wraps, for example, for London, for their buses and their taxis and trains. The partnerships that we have had with our traditional tourism stakeholders there that help us bring in the numbers. For South Korea, for example, digital marketing has worked very well for us, as well as our partnerships with specific airlines, wherein we draw commitments from them to bring in a specific number of people to the country. In addition to specific campaigns for certain destinations that we've done for South Korea, for destinations such as Cebu, Bohol, Siargao, Palawan, and the like. So it covers a full range of executions.
So looking at the utilization of branding campaign in 2024, obligation, there's no problem of 100%. But in terms of disbursement, it's only 25%. So the next question is, if we increase the branding campaign budget by 500 million, can we actually spend the entire billion in terms of branding campaign?
Mr. Chair, for the utilization of the branding, yes, for the obligation, it is small, but it was obligated and will be disbursed because this is on a per milestone basis. Like payment will be once the service has been rendered or provided, because some of these are, like, for example, if it's a placement, so after the placement, we will pay for that the service.
Para maintindihan natin, i-flash nyo dito, or pwede sabihin ni Secretary, since 2025, kalahating taon pa lang, no? 2024, what was your branding total cost and how did you spend it per market? So that the chair will understand it better. Ako rin. Let's say kung ang ating number one tourist ay sa Koreans, how did you use the branding campaign for the Korean market, assuming we are targeting? If it's for the European market, how did we do it? Buses, trains, etc. And which were online utilization of the branding cost, so that we understand. That's what you mean, no? Oo. I-detalya natin, I am certain, in your DBM net proposal for the 500M branding, you had a detailed proposal. It wasn't just branding, 500M. Yeah, that is what the chair and I want to see. Mhm.
Yes, Madam Chair, we do have that data, and they are in the process of collating it so we can flash it on the screen.
You read it so that it's faster before you flash it on the screen. You can read it on the record now so that we have an idea where the branding, what are the details of branding, and which agency in the Philippines is in charge of branding, who's producing the video. And so who's producing the, not just video, the photos, the billboards, etc. And perhaps the media plan. You can show us the media plan and the frequency.
Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I'd like to cede the floor to Assistant Secretary Charlene Batin, who is the OIC head of the Branding and Marketing Communications Office.
And please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. For the 2023 milestones, we have various international
Just a minute,
activations.
2023. This is the latest that you have. You don't have 2024.
We have 2023 and 2024. I
Okay.
mentioned 2023, Madam Chair, because 2023 is the biggest share of our branding budget, of which executions and payments were also done in year 2024, as mentioned and questioned by Senator Win Gatchalian. So for 2023, our tourism milestones have covered United States, South Korea, Malaysia, and domestic markets. As mentioned by the Secretary, there are various successful and applicable activations in these various markets. No one activation would be applicable to one certain market. Hence, we diversify our presence in these international markets. We cite USA and Korea and Malaysia because these are top number one market sources. Likewise, as mentioned by the Secretary, our domestic market is the largest in Asia. Hence, we also do local activations. And the next slide is activations in China, again in South Korea, in Europe, in Japan, in Australia, New Zealand, Taiwan, and the United States. The next slide, please. Our activations, OOH, billboard, activations as well domestically and in our premier gateways like NAIA, Terminals 1, 2, and 3, Cebu, and Clark, as well as support to our digital marketing campaigns in various social media like Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and the like.
How much does a digital campaign cost? Let's say for 2023.
Right, for 2023,
On the platforms you mentioned, Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram.
so
How
there's
much does a digital campaign?
we only allocate Madam Chair, a certain percentage of the 1.25 billion budget because, again, we put premium in big channels and traditional channels like CNN, Warner Brothers, CNBC, etc. With your permission, Madam Chair, I'll go through roughly until the 2024 one. Next slide, please. For example, Madam Chair, these are the only things that we were able to do with the 200 million budget. In 2024, we're able to place bespoke contents about the Philippines as a premier destination. In CNBC, it was available.
You're already in 2024. Did you finish 2023?
Yes, Madam Chair.
The utilization of the 1.2 billion funds, I did not see
the
that. You cited the countries, but not the utilization of 1.2 billion.
Yes.
Para maintindihan namin, like ano dyan ang Facebook, ano dyan yung National Geographic na placements, ano dyan ang trend sa London, para may maintindihan namin. Parang yung 2024, ganun. So that we see how expensive or how cheap it is, di ba? Para kasi if you just say, we are marketing in Korea, we are branding here. No, we want to see the utilization of funds for mainstream or social media? Ito, yan, ganyan, budget breakdown.
Yes, Madam Chair. Alright po. For our 2023 breakdown, Madam Chair, we are able to contract 18 different agencies handling different activations for the Department of Tourism. So as mentioned here, for this particular slide, digital media planning and placement for key markets, we have allocated 49.9 million. Another digital placement is social media management and strategic planning, another 39.9 million.
This is only 1 year.
This is for the 2023 budget where we have 1.20.
49 million for digital media? Bakit ang mahal? Sino to
Actually,
David and Goliath, Philippine?
These are
firm?
Philippine companies, agencies, Madam Chair. But technically, ma'am, these are very small and modest amounts compared to our neighbors. And with the reach that we are able to gain by 1.25, we are able to attain certain numbers of our key markets. However, it is really not enough. Our competitors are playing the digital field much better than we are.
Siguro dahil first time namin makita yung breakdown ng branding, please explain to us, sige, back to the first page, please. Yan. Explain to us what local media planning buy-in, ayan, we understand
Yes,
that,
ma'am.
right? Explain.
Yes,
Yan,
ma'am.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right.
Kindly explain, one-liners each. So that
For
we understand.
local media planning, buying, and placement, we need to be present likewise in the local sphere or domestic tourism. We should be able to advertise, show, and encourage visitors to our various destinations. For example, Secretary has mentioned that we are doing the Philippine Experience Program. So we are heavily also advertising that in the social media space, ma'am.
Local media planning, again, is social media. That will go under digital. I would think that local media planning and buying, media buys, would be on television and radio and print.
Ma'am, there are two
Diba? Oo.
areas that the branding office allocates budget to. It's local and international. For this particular segment, there's this local, which is our domestic market, and the rest po are allocated for our international media buying and placements.
On the first
Yes, ma'am.
line, local
Yes, ma'am.
media planning.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you referring to tri-media,
It's
mainstream, traditional media? Because you said Facebook, that would fall under 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth expense would be digital media, and the sixth, not under local media.
yes.
Tama?
Yeah,
Oo.
Madam Chair, if I may explain, local media placement handles two kinds of media, traditional and digital. So for the local market alone, we have two kinds of placements. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Iba pa yung digital sa David and Goliath na dalawa. Iba pa yung
Yes,
local
ma'am.
media for both mainstream, traditional, and digital.
Yes, madam. So for example, for the first line po, that's only for our local media buying, placement, and planning. The rest po are international media buying, placement. And for example, we are looking at emerging markets. So we place digital advertisement there. And likewise, our existing markets or emerging opportunity markets, we place as well advertisement of the Philippines there.
Where does this come out? Nobody watches TV anymore,
Um,
right? Like local media
ma'am.
planning. Pagkampanya, di ba? Meron tayong mga ceiling expenditures for ads of candidates. Do you still put in television? Yeah. Give us. So local media planning would mean television, radio, and print, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what you mean?
Let me just pull it out, ma'am.
It's the time of the chair. Sige,
Yes,
come on.
ma'am. Yes, pa. Madam Chair, we do place advertisement, as you mentioned, in local media, in traditional media. That also includes our OOH or billboard placements, airport placements, radio placements. We do not you do po cable or TV, as you mentioned, very rare na po yung looking at advertisement in those particular medium. But part of traditional medium po is OOH placement or advertisements on billboard, whether static or dynamic. We also do,
Sin-
yes, Madam.
Local
Chair.
media would be mainstream, meaning traditional, and outdoor advertising and digital.
Yes, Madam Chair.
100 plus million.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mm.
May I go back to the table or you want to see po certain executions, Chair?
These yung mga breakdowns, they're a combination of local advertisers and local companies and also foreign companies.
We procure po, Mr. Chair, local companies in the Philippines that engage for us international placements.
Okay. How do you monitor that in international?
As mentioned by our Undersecretary for Admin and Finance, they do milestones. We pay them by milestones.
Okay.
So upon procurement po, we determine, the Department of Tourism determine the milestones that they should reach for us, for the Department of Tourism for the Philippines, and then they bill us for that particular milestones when we have checked their terminal reports, their statement of accounts, if we have seen the evidence of those placements or the contents that they have undergone for the department, and then they get paid po. So as mentioned po kanina, we were not able to pay all of them in 2023 because there are certain milestones that they must achieve and provide to the department before payment can be made, Madam Sir
Since
Chair.
the disbursement rate is low.
That
Because
is correct.
they haven't reached the milestone.
That is correct.
What is the ratio of digital and traditional?
May I get back to you on that, Mr. Chair? Because
Is it more an estimate lang? Is it more traditional now? Is it more digital now compared to traditional?
it's safe to say, Mr. Chair, 60% is digital and 40% is traditional.
Okay. So when we add that additional 500, what will be the ratio?
We would like to go more digital.
More digital.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
Mr.
And
Chair.
based on your well, the proof is in the pudding, diba? So based on your experience, if you do more digital, it will attract more tourists to come here to our country. We will now breach, hopefully, that 6 million mark.
That is correct, Mr. Chair. Almost all
Based on your
global.
research, I'm sure you've done a
Yes.
lot of research na
Yes, sir.
if we increase digital reach, we will get more foot traffic or
That's
tourists to come to the Philippines.
We must have continued and sustained presence in the digital space, Mr. Chair, because that is where our competitors are playing and that is where we are lacking.
Okay, all right. Okay. Let me go to a broader policy issue. What's the target of tourists to come to the Philippines next year for 2026? Right now, we're hitting 5.9, Madam Secretary, correct?
Yes, that is correct, Mr.
So
Chair.
we're what's the target for 2026?
Mr. Chair, considering the limitations and devastation in our funding as far as promotions is concerned, we have been constrained to recalibrate our targets as they originally appeared in the National Tourism Development Plan. For 2026, the projection is around 6.67 million, considering all factors to be the same, meaning that the branding budget of the Department of Tourism continues to be not recovered to its pre-pandemic level
Which
of
is
over a billion.
the pre-pandemic level is a billion.
Over a billion,
Okay,
yes.
all right. Okay. And then I pre-pandemic, we're hitting 8.2 million tourists.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And how come after the pandemic, we which demographic or which countries have disappeared in the list of tourists coming to the Philippines?
Mr. Chair, the largest decline that we have suffered in terms of arrivals is from China.
Okay. Is that due to Pogo or is that due to geopolitics or both?
Well, Mr.
Kasi
Chair,
during 2019, that was the height of Pogo. Eh. And we have about almost 200 to 250,000 Chinese here in the Philippines working in Pogos. But it's very hard to distinguish which ones are tourists, which ones are Pogos at that time because they're all mixed. But based on your studies, which countries disappeared from that high of 8.2 million tourists?
Mr. Chair, as far as China is concerned, data would show that in the ASEAN post-pandemic, our direct competitors liberalized their visa policies as far as China. Either they instituted electronic visas, provided visas on arrival, or removed the requirement of a visa entirely. In the case of the Philippines, while there was an attempt to institute an electronic visa for a few months, and which was the source of our confidence in terms of projecting the arrival of nearly 2 million Chinese by 2024, the electronic visa system was swiftly suspended by the Department of Foreign Affairs. And not only that, I understand that there are also stringent requirements as far as obtaining a visa from Chinese or by Chinese nationals. With that landscape of the Philippines not having an electronic visa system and having more stringent requirements for Chinese nationals, vis-a-vis our direct competitors in the ASEAN having very liberalized visa policies, it has placed the Philippines at a very disadvantaged position as far as its recovery. Hence, from the target of 2 million Chinese in 2024, we only received around 300,000 that year, to which we attribute the inability of the country to reach its original target of 7.7 million.
I remember talking to the chairperson about that electronic visa. I don't know, ma'am, if you remember, but that was during the heydays of Pogo. And both of us were very concerned and hesitant with that liberalized visa policies with China or Chinese tourists in particular, because that might be used as a backdoor for Pogos and also scamming activities. Now that Pogos have already banned, has been banned in our country, do you recommend that we resume that concept, at least study that concept in order to attract more Chinese tourists to come to the Philippines?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we recommend the reinstitution of an electronic visa system, provided that security features are there to ensure that those that are given electronic visas are actually tourists and would come to the country for no other reason, which is why the template that we have recommended to the Department of Foreign Affairs is one that has been adopted by many other countries around the world. And that is to institute an e-visa system paired with a very stringent security check that is monitored closely by the Bureau of Immigration, as well as our national intelligence agencies.
Before we proceed, we'd like to recognize the presence of Senator Bongo. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, proceed, please.
So the department is looking at reviving that concept. But while reviving that concept, which market can we tap to replace China? I can see that North Asia is a potential. We're talking about Japan, Korea, Taiwan, even Hong Kong. These are markets that are very rich markets, very developed markets, and they can be tapped to for the Philippines to attract tourists. So which markets can we tap or can we strengthen to replace the Chinese market?
Mr. Chair, just to answer the first part of your question, the Department of Tourism has recommended to the Department of Foreign Affairs as early as September 2022 the continued rollout of the electronic visa. And since
For Chinese tourists.
that is correct.
Okay.
And since that time, thereafter, we have persistently pleaded for its reinstitution, considering that the slowdown in the arrivals of Chinese tourists. Notwithstanding that situation, the Department of Tourism has been constrained to ensure that we continue our efforts as far as other opportunity and emerging markets are concerned. In Asia, Japan continues to show very strong recovery and a healthy 16.7% growth compared to last year. This is complemented by the markets of Canada and Australia, but which have registered impressive growth rates of 18.2% and 17.4% respectively. Across Europe, we have also continued to ensure the top-of-mind presence of the country. And the momentum is quite striking. France has shown a more than 20% growth rate, while Italy surged by over 30%. The United Kingdom, on the other hand, showed a 9.8% growth, followed by Germany at 4.4% growth, Spain at 9.5%, the Netherlands at 14.4%, and so on. We continue to make sure as well that we take advantage of the popularity of the Philippines for the US market, which is why it continues to grow at around 6.7%, remaining the country's largest single source market. Importantly, in the Middle East, this is also showing very promising growth, with the United Arab Emirates posting an 8.5% increase, while Saudi Arabia registering positive growth. And in South Asia, we see much promise in India, especially considering that the two barriers to entry to the Philippines from India have been removed or will be removed soon in the case of direct flights. So first, in terms of visas, visas have been lifted for Indian nationals coming to the country. And second, in terms of connectivity, on October 1st, there will be a direct flight coming from Delhi to Manila. So with India being one of the largest outbound markets in the world, we are banking on the Philippines' increased presence in India in order to make up for the losses that we have suffered in China.
Oh, how about Korea? Korea, I think, remains to be our bread and butter market.
Yes.
How many Koreans do we get annually?
South Korea continues to be the number one source market of the Philippines. And in 2024, we received over 1.5 million Koreans to the country. And they continue to occupy the number one position as far as international tourism in 2025. We consider Korea, of course, to be one of the most important markets for the country. And so in coordination with our tourism attaché in Korea, as well as the Tourism Promotions Board, we have and continue to engage in very aggressive marketing, branding, promotions, as well as joint partnerships with stakeholders in Korea to be able to bring in more numbers for the country.
Yeah, I suggest, Secretary, let's focus on, for branding and advertising, let's focus on the North Asian market. Korea, Japan, even Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau. These are very developed markets. It's Korea and Japan are developed nations, so they have spending power. So my humble suggestion is we can focus on that and maintain those markets. Another question is, what are the top 3 reasons why tourists are not coming to the Philippines, based on your research?
Well, first, Mr. Chair, I'd like to be given the opportunity to tell you why they come to the Philippines.
No, well, that's another side. But for budgeting purposes, I want to use the budget to address those reasons. For example, if the reasons we don't advertise, then let's address it through budget. Let's increase the number of the budgets allocated for branding and advertising. No? So I want to understand how come, based on your research, I'm sure you've done countless researches. What are the reasons? How come Philippines is not attractive to them for tourism?
Well, it cannot be denied, Mr. Chair, that the competition within the ASEAN region is fierce. And that competition is fueled by billions of dollars in promotions budgets by our direct competitors who spend up to 10 times more than we do as far as marketing and promotions is concerned. So to be very frank, the lesser that we invest in tourism for the Philippines, the lesser that we can expect in terms of international arrivals to the country. And therefore, the more funding that we provide for promotions for the Philippines, that will definitely translate to more international arrivals. We also directly compete with other countries for many other headwinds. First, there are safety and security concerns that have led to a decline in certain markets, especially South Korea, and which is why we have continued our coordination with both the DILG as well as the Philippine National Police to express our grave concern. And we have also already proposed the convening of a national task force on tourist safety. On the part of the DOT, while this is not chiefly our mandate, we do continue to work with the PNP as far as the training of tourist police in destinations across the country. We have now trained around 9,000 tourist police designated in tourist destinations. We have also launched our tourist assistance call center with Mandarin and Korean speaking agents. And in addition to that, we work with the South Korean government, specifically the embassy, to be able to manage their concerns. Moreover, broader regional geopolitical tensions also contribute to perceived instability and safety and security concerns. The limitations on air connectivity of the Philippines also places it at a great disadvantage. In a survey that we conducted among ASEAN nations as far as the availability of air seats, this would show that the Philippines ranks number 6 in terms of the number of air seats coming into the country. Considering our over 99% dependency on airline travel as far as international tourism is concerned, then this places us much lower in terms of our ability to attract international tourists compared to our direct competitors that have or enjoy international land borders. If you will allow me, I can give you an example of the numbers in terms of the international land border arrivals of our competitors, which would explain why they have the tens and 20s of millions
So
of
these are
tourists
countries
that we
in
don't
the
have.
Indo-China region, the countries beside China. So they can just drive from, I guess, from China going to Cambodia, to Thailand, to...
That is correct, Mr. Chair. Malaysia, for example, has a 65.8% share of total arrivals from the ASEAN. Thailand has a nearly 30% share in terms of arrivals from the ASEAN. Singapore, 32.9%. Cambodia, 63.2%. Indonesia, 30%. Vietnam, 13%, and so on and so forth. On the other hand, the Philippines has merely an 8% share among ASEAN countries' international tourism arrivals.
Yeah.
And so, recognizing the practical 100% dependency of the country on international air travel, we inked a convergence with the Department of Transportation, whereby, first and foremost, we presented our wish list of airports, seaports, cruise ports that we wish to be constructed, expanded, or rehabilitated Second, since the DOT occupies a seat in both the Civil Aeronautics Board as well as the CAAP, we have also, and various airport authorities, we have also advocated and articulated our support for more international connections to the Philippines. A very specific example of this is Emirates Airlines, which applied for additional slots to Manila as well as a maintenance of their slots to Cebu and Clark, to which the DOT gave its positive endorsement. Other specific examples of the success of this convergence through our routes development team are the forthcoming direct flights from India, the recent institution of direct flights from Paris, Vancouver, Brisbane, and other parts of the world.
Thank you for that explanation, Secretary. Well, I do believe in tourism. Like I said, it's an economic driver for the Philippines. It's a low-hanging fruit, and rest assured, we'll try very hard to support your budget, especially on the branding and promotion side. I think it's a meager request, but the impact will be great in terms of introducing the country. Well, we're already known, but further introducing the country to other destinations. So thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Thank you.
I'll get my time. I'll be the last to ask. To Senator Bongo. PG, you can ask. Thank you.
Salamat, ma'am. Just a short manifestation and support lang po sa DOT, no, sa Department of Tourism. Madam Chairperson, Senator Win, our Chairperson of the Committee on Finance, would like to express my full support for the budget of DOT. As we all know, tourism plays a vital role in boosting the economy. It is also a great source of pride for the Philippines. Most importantly, it has been an avenue to showcase our culture, tradition, and beautiful destinations across the country. Napakaganda po ng Pilipinas, sa totoo lamang po. Kung ikutin nyo talaga. Ako mismo halos, di naman lahat, pero halos naikot ko na po ang magkabilang sulok ng Pilipinas. Batanes, dito sa Samar, sa west naman sa Palawan, hanggang dito sa Mindanao. Even Mindanao, napakaganda po. After the pandemic, our country is moving forward towards recovery, and it's now ready to share the beauty and hidden wonders of our country to the rest of the world. I also like to commend the agency for a job well done with their various creative tourism campaigns. Talaga naman pong nakakaengganyo po ang inyong kampanya para muling hikayatin ang mga Pilipino at mga turista na bisitahin po ang magagandang destinasyon sa ating bansa. At kampante rin po ako at tuloy-tuloy niyo pong inisyatibo, makakabangon at sisiglang muli ang ating turismo sa bansa. At as chairperson po of the Committee on Sports, I just also want to highlight the importance of sports tourism. Dahil napansin ko po, no, nung last 2023, we hosted the FIBA Basketball World Cup bilang chairman po ng Committee on Sports. Napakahalaga po nitong sports tourism. According to recent report, this event was beneficial to our country economically. Ito pong FIBA World, ang dami pong pumunta rito noon, mga basketball players. Ngayon, sila na po yung mga NBA superstars. At ngayon naman po, kasalukuyan, ito pong itong FIVB Men's Volleyball World Championship. Marami pong turista ang pumunta rito sa ating bansa para manood ng sports competitions na malaking tulong sa ating ekonomiya. May I just ask the Secretary tungkol po dito sa sports tourism, and I'm so happy at ating chairperson po sa budget po ng tourism ay si Senator Ligarda, na napaka-husay rin pong mag-promote sa ating bansa. Secretary, just a few questions lang po dito sa sports tourism, dahil nakausap ko rin po yung ating Philippine Sports Commission na he is pushing for sports tourism interagency council para mas maayos ang koordinasyon ng mga ahensya po tuwing may sports hosting. Baka pwede po magtulungan ang DOT with the PSC tungkol dito. Malaking bagay po yun, laki po ng investment ng ating gobyerno dito sa hosting po ng men's volleyball. Baka sa mga future competitions, makapag-coordinate kayo ng mabuti not only sa PSC but with the national sports associations for the successful hosting po ng mga possible events po dito sa ating bansa. You may answer po, Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Unang-unang po, pinapasalamatan ko po si Senator Bongo sa kanyang suporta para sa turismo. Daghan kayong salamat sa imong suporta sa turismo o sa paghatag o importansya sa atong mga destinasyon sa tibuok Pilipinas, Luzon, Visayas ug Mindanao. We completely agree with the prioritization of sports tourism. So important is this product portfolio that the Department of Tourism established an Office of Film and Sports Tourism. And by virtue of their functions, the Department of Tourism has actively participated in both the organization as well as the promotion of the international sporting events that you mentioned, including providing support as far as promotions, cultural events, airport assistance, trainings for volunteers for both the FIBA basketball event as well as the FIVB Men's Volleyball World Championships. We have also extended assistance by way of site enhancements through funding support from TIEZA. In addition to this, the Department of Tourism has also provided support for other sporting events that include surf, running, as well as marathons that occur around the country, as well as the forthcoming FIFA Women's Futsal, or rather, the FIFA Women's Futsal World Championship. We have also already engaged with the Philippine Sports Commission, and in fact, there is a memorandum of agreement that we are signing with the PSC, and we fully support the convening of an interagency task force to support sports tourism.
That's very good po. Nabalitaan natin na magpipirma na kayo. Anyway, according to reports, tourism contributes 8.9 to our GDP and provides jobs to over 6.7 million Filipinos. Di ba may programa po ang DOT tulad ng training programs at loan programs to assist tourism-related businesses, especially yung mga maliliit na negosyo na nililikha dahil sa turismo. Ilan na po ang natutulungan natin dito, Madam Secretary?
Madam Chair, the provision of livelihood and employment is one of the top priorities of the Department of Tourism. And tama po kayo na nakapagbigay po ng trabaho ang turismo sa halos 7 milyong Pilipino. And according to the Philippine Statistics Authority, in a labor force survey that they conducted in 4 quarters across the year, the total tourism employment generated by the Philippine tourism industry in both direct and indirect employment does not go below 9 million and has reached upwards of around 16.5 million Filipinos. With that, we have focused on providing opportunities to obtain gainful livelihood in tourism. First, through our partnership with the Department of Labor and Employment, where we participate in the Turismo Ascenso job fairs that have been mounted. Second, in terms of our partnership with TIEZA, where we continue to provide tourism skills through this partnership. Third, through our Office of Human Capital Development, nakapagbigay na po tayo ng training sa sumobra na po sa 345,000 Filipino tourism workers in the Filipino Brand of Service Excellence, at patuloy din po yung ating tourism industry skills program kung saan nagbibigay tayo ng training sa lahat ng rehiyon ng Pilipinas in terms of various tourism skills. We also entered into a partnership with both the DSWD and the Department of Migrant Workers. For the DSWD, we entered into a sustainable livelihood partnership where the DOT identifies the community-based tourism organizations that can be beneficiaries of the Sustainable Livelihood Partnership or program of the DSWD. In times of crisis and calamity, yung DSWD po nagbibigay ng emergency cash assistance, pati na rin po ng mga family food packs. And yung DOT naman nagbibigay ng livelihood training sa mga apektadong tourism workers. Yung partnership naman namin with the Department of Migrant Workers is yung mga OFWs po na nais ng bumalik dito sa Pilipinas ay binibigyan po natin ng training and livelihood support. Nagbibigay po yung DMW ng capital at yung DOT naman ay nagbibigay ng various kinds of training like culinaria or retail training in tourism products and the like. Tapos yung sa small and medium enterprises naman ay nagkaroon na po tayo ng convergence with the Department of Trade and Industry and the SB Corp, kung saan nagbibigay po tayo ng turismo asenso loans sa mga MSMEs, anywhere from 3 to 5 to 20 million pesos at very low interest rates and very liberal financing policies.
Salamat po, ma'am, no. Lastly, pinasa lang po ng aking staff, no, na may balita, no, na most of yung cost of airfares to local tourist destinations, some reach as high as 20 to 30,000. Mas mahal pa minsan sa international flights. Is DOT doing something regarding the reported high cost of airfares? Ano bang coordination ginawa nyo sa DOTR? O depende ba ito talaga sa panahon? Pag peak season doon sa lugar, may festival, o talagang sadya lang pong mataas, sinasadya ang mataas doon sa mga tourist destination? Paano natin ma-encourage yung not only yung mga turista but the local tourists, maingganyo naman silang pumasyal. And ako, masaya po ako na full support naman po ako sa DOT natin. Mula Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao ang inyong mga competent mga USEC ninyo. Andyan pa si Idol Mark Lapid rin po. Kompleto na kayo. Kabisado nyo with you at the helm at with leading the department and with your competent staff and USEC, ASEC, lahat and all the attached agencies po. I'm so confident na malayo po ang mararating ng turismo sa Pilipinas basta bibigyan lang po ng suporta ng gobyerno, of course, no, support sa government and suporta ng mga local tourists. Paano kaya natin sila maingganyo kung meron pong mga ganitong reports na napaka mahal po ng tickets?
Unang-una po, naiintindihan po natin yung concerns ng iilan sa ating mga kababayan in terms of very high airline ticket prices. Kaya naman po, especially nung sumabog po yung issue, lalong-lalo na sa airline tickets to Siargao, I joined former Secretary Vince Dizon in a meeting that he convened with certain airlines. And in that meeting, the Department of Tourism expressed its grave concerns and also its objections to the imposition of what we perceive to be overpriced tickets. With that, as a result of that meeting, as I understand, meron na pong tinanggal na mga categories of airline ticket pricing. Yung Philippine Airlines, for example, at nagkaroon sila ng cap in terms of the price of tickets to Siargao. Of course, that's subject to verification. On the other hand, we also learned na sabi po ng mga airlines, isa rin po sa reasons bakit sometimes it's more expensive for certain destinations pertains to the length of the runway. So the longer the runway, the bigger the planes that they can bring in, the more the scale, the lesser the pricing of the tickets. So with that, the DOT reiterated its wish list to the DOTR as far as the destinations that we wish to see, longer runways, as well as enhanced terminals and airport facilities.
Before you
Moreover,
proceed, I'd like to recognize the chairman of the Standing Committee on Tourism. He promotes or spots not the traditional spots, but he goes to the far-flung areas in his bike. Yes, Senator JV, thank you for joining us. Please proceed. Then after Senator Bongo, you may ask. I'll ask the last. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Senator Ejercito. So we reiterated our wish list to the DOTR for expanded runways so it can have more capacity for bigger planes. In addition to that, I think there is also an institutional issue in terms of the pricing of airline tickets. My understanding is that the airline industry is a deregulated industry, which then allows for airline operators to propose tickets under a scheme called the dynamic pricing, where they adjust the prices of the tickets in regard the demand of the market. Being a deregulated industry, and on our end, not being the chief implementer of airline pricing, we then formally notified the Civil Aeronautics Board of our request for the publication of a monthly price index of airline tickets so that there is full transparency as far as the airline ticket pricing that's imposed by the airlines, and so the public will not suffer any shocks when they purchase. We have also expressed our concerns in terms of the CAB's exercise of their mandate in ensuring that the caps and the ceilings for airline ticket prices are properly implemented and observed. And finally, I understand that there is a cabotage principle in the airline industry where foreign-owned airlines are not allowed to operate domestic routes. And therefore, with lesser competition as far as the ability to provide domestic routes, then I suppose that also has an impact on the pricing of the tickets.
Salamat, Madam Secretary. Yun lang po, Madam Chair. Full support po ako always sa ating Department of Tourism. Salamat po.
Thank you very much, Senator Go. I take note that you had special mention and one of your advocacies is sports tourism as well, right? And perhaps in their tourism promotions programs, they can include that. It was part of your presentation. Yes, earlier
Yes, Madam
before
Chair.
Senator Go arrived. And you could probably look into the possibility, although I'm not an expert in sports, to not just promote nakalagay doon volleyball, basketball, although yun ang mga popular na sports, pero yung mga indigenous Philippine sports can also be promoted in the respective provinces and the regions. Okay, we recognize Senator JV Ejercito. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the DOT family. Welcome to the Senate. Of course, you are known to be promoting the warmth, the hospitality of the Filipino. But itong warmth dito because andito si Madam Chair, ayaw niya na malamig. Sana nagbarong na lang ako. Hindi po sira ang aircon namin eh. Just put it in record. But si Ma'am kasi ayaw na malamig.
Sandali. Sandali, ilang napansin nyo? Ilang degrees yan?
40.
Pwede 24, 23.
No, wait, no. This, importante to. Ilang degrees? 25.
Mga
I,
23
the
pwede.
principal author and Senator Gatchalian is the sponsor of the Energy Efficiency Act. Basahin nyo yung batas. Kailangan 24 to 25 degrees sa mga public areas including malls para magtipid sa kuryente. O, di gawin yung batas 20 degrees kung gusto nyo. Because we live in a tropical country. Natatawa kayo. We live in a tropical country, tas lalagay nyo yung aircon 18, 20 degrees, tapos mga nakasuit kayo. Ba't kayo nakasuit? Ba't tayo mga naka-jacket? O di dapat ganyan lang. Tropical country tayo tapos mga naka-scarf, naka-pashmina, naka-ganyan, di ba? Hindi na uso yung pashmina, panahon ko yun dati. Kaya lang, ang ginaw-ginaw, di ba? O, basta yung batas. Batas namin yun. Ikaw nag-sponsor noon eh. Kailangan 24 to, ibaba sa 24 degrees. Sige. Yun. Tanggalin mo kasi yung jacket mo. Ba't ka okay.
Thank you, Madam.
Basta mainit.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your consideration. Anyway, we already heard the DOT present with us when I assumed as the chair of the Committee on Tourism. And one of the more important matters that we really have to take into consideration is the 500 million eyed for tourism branding and promotions out of the 3.1 billion budget. Because Madam Chair, just to recap, yung pong dating budget po ng DOT was about 1 billion, 2023. Now it's the last 2025 was down to 100 million. So Madam Chair, I think this is where we really have to help each other, and we're in the presence of the chair of the Committee on Finance as well, because we cannot compete with other ASEAN nations pa lang, no? With Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, who are really aggressive in promoting their tourism. Pati nga yung di ba, yung Cambodia as well, no? So just to give an idea, Secretary Frasco, probably if you can give an idea how much these ASEAN countries, our neighbors, are spending on their branding and the tourism promotions, so that we will have an idea on what we should be also allocating as promotional funding for the branding as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To provide a view of the budgets of our direct competitors in the ASEAN, Singapore has a budget of over 431 million US dollars. Malaysia budgets over 262 million US dollars. Indonesia is at over 234 million dollars. Thailand at $167 million. Vietnam at $147.9 million versus the Philippines at $52 million.
So there's really a very big, very big disparity. As you can see, Madam Chair, yung pong yung if you would again yung pong recall of their promotions, no? Just of course, yung Malaysia, Truly Asia is really brilliant, but nagsistick because of their very aggressive and consistent tourism promotions, no? Also, so almost all, no, from Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam have been spending more than us. So yung pong target nyo to get what is the minimum that you think that so that we can at least compete or we can improve our tourism arrivals vis-a-vis our ASEAN neighbors? What is the bare minimum na lang po yung wish list nyo, Secretary, for us to be able to at least decently compete with our ASEAN neighbors in terms of promotions and brand promotions?
Mr. Chair, allow me to walk you back a little bit to 2019, where an allocation of over $1 billion was given to the Department of Tourism as far as branding is concerned, and where the Philippines was able to obtain around 8.2 million tourists, compared to 2024, where we were only allocated 200 million, and which resultantly provided the country with 5.9 million tourists. Now, let me go to 2023 versus 2022. For 2023, we were provided a branding budget of also over $1 billion. And the data would show that given that budget, we were able to have an over 125% increase in our tourism arrivals in the ensuing year. So short of saying that the more funding is provided to tourism, the more arrivals will ensue. Now, as far as the proposals of the DOT, in our original Tier 1 and Tier 2 proposals to the Department of Budget and Management, we proposed 500 million in Tier 1 and 500 million in Tier 2. Since only 500 million in Tier 1 was approved, then for 2026, our proposal stands at 500 million. But I will qualify that that will not allow us to compete in as best a manner as possible with our ASEAN neighbors.
So for the record, for 2025, we're at 100 million or 200 million for the tourism branding and promotions.
For 2025, the GAA allocation for branding under the DOT stood or stands at 100 million. And as I mentioned earlier, so concerned were we about the gravity of the situation that we approached the President for help. And so he then provided us with contingency funding. However, the execution coming out of that contingency funding amount of 400 million will only be seen in the last quarter of this year, and definitely its effects can only be felt next year.
Thank you. Since I think we have talked, we are in our chats in the lounge. The chair, Senator Lauren, and also chairman of the Committee on Finance, Senator Win, we all agree that tourism is the low-hanging fruit among the different industries. So I would really endorse and seek their support for the funding that you are asking of at least 500 million from for the tourism branding and promotions, so that at least we can improve our arrivals, no? Kasi po, even I think Cambodia, no, has more arrivals than us, than the Philippines recently. So Madam Chair, probably we can help increase the tourism branding and promotions. Kasi po from 1 billion in 2023, naging 100, 100, and then 100 million. So that really affected our tourism arrival. So if you can, sa ngayon 500 million is what you're asking. So if you can give more, then we will do our best, no? Madam Chair, okay ba sa'yo? 500 million?
Chair? Yes. Tinanong ng chair sa subcommittee chair at sa chair ng finance. Because ayoko magsalita, okay sa akin, pero hindi ko alam saan kukunin. And second, if we are allowed at all to amend.
I think we can get that from flood control. Ang dami nun.
Yun na nga eh.
Daming promotion nun.
Assuming the GAB reaches the Senate, na nandun pa yung flood control, pwede natin tanggalin lahat at ilagay kung saan. Kung papayag pa rin, because we don't know the situation if we're actually allowed to amend the budget at all now, right? So, institutional, yes. So I leave it to the chair. But of course, we support that. And perhaps you could back it up by a study. Give us a scientific explanation on the direct correlation of advertising, branding as we call it, promotions, marketing in any form, whether in social media, online, digital, or traditional, whether outdoor or what, and the arrivals, foreign arrivals, right? Because so that we can justify that. I'm sure that will be asked in the floor. If ever, I will amend it in behalf of the committee, in behalf of the DOT, scientific explanation of the direct correlation. There is such a study, I'm sure. Kasi lahat ng mga media placements companies that we worked with in my decades in politics and even in media before would have all these studies. Nung panahon namin, ano yung mataas na rating na programa, saka maglalagay ng ads. But of course, iba na yan ngayon. Which are the most viewed online platforms? Which are the routes taken by people in a city where you will put your outdoor advertising? You mentioned about trains and buses abroad. Why that market? What percentage of tourists from London, from the UK, for example, actually come? Why did you put in buses in London and not in Korea or the US, which are the top two markets? I mean, all of those, so that I can also be guided when I am asked that question when I defend your budget.
Madam Chair, we confirm that we can provide you with such information. And to add to that, we will also be able to provide you with a return on investment.
That's what we want, yes. The target market, assuming the medium that's used and the return on investment.
Yes, Madam
Are there
Chair.
percentages return on investment? If you for every dollar invested here, the return on investment is this.
Yes,
You
Madam
can-
Chair.
Oh.
Studies data shows that for every 1 peso invested in tourism, there is a return of 5.50 pesos.
There is such a study. Who does a study?
We engaged a consultant to provide us.
But this is for every peso in tourism, not necessarily in promotions.
Yes, we have a separate
okay.
data set for the yield that we can
Yes.
come up with as far
Yun, for
as
every
investing in.
8 people working, this is regarding jobs, no? But for every 1 peso, there's 5.5 in returns for visitor spending. Yeah. So that's good, no? Please give us also for every peso or every dollar placed in advertising and branding and promotions, what's the ROI, if you're able to do that, even just an estimate.
Yes,
Yeah.
Madam Chair. We
I'm sure
can.
your agencies would be able to give that.
Yes, we will provide you with all our sources that include consultants, agencies, as well as the Philippine Statistics Authority.
Yes. So can you put that back? For every peso, it's a for every peso that you put in tourism, there's 5.5 pesos returns in spending and related activities, meaning spending sa pagkain, sa sasakyan, sa souvenirs, sa pagbayad at pagtip sa tour guide. Yun. Okay. But this is for every 8 people working in the Philippines, 1 owes their job to tourism. This is different. Yung nasa ilalim, it's different from that, right?
Yes, Madam
Okay.
Chair. As far as livelihood and employment is concerned, according to the Philippine Statistics Authority, tourism directly employs 6.75 million Filipinos, accounting for 13.8% of our entire national employment. And tourism also indirectly employs not lower than 9 million Filipinos.
Even more than 9 million? Indirectly.
Depends on the season.
Yes.
So
Yes, but
there
those
has been a
facts
season
also-
where it's gone up to 16.5 million.
Okay. So those facts and the sources are important for me when I defend your budget.
We will provide that, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Likewise, siguro yung andito na si GM Mark Lapid, yung TIEZA, yung mga infrastructure.
Kasi
Needs.
we've not yet tackled the budget.
Okay.
We're in the DOT, but you
Okay.
can ask him since you're here.
Yeah, probably
Unless you might want to stay the whole time because what we did was DOT first and then we'll go to
the other
TIEZA.
agencies. Yeah, okay. Now, yung ko lang, Madam Chair, so that we will give you also the info and the details as you defend this on the floor, the budget for promotions of that's needed by the DOT. Doon naman sa TIEZA, I would just like to ask GM Mark, yung pong mga infra ninyo, which areas, yung mga nilalagyan mga improvements. So just a list, para lang so that if you need, parang alam ko meron kay budget, but if we need to supplement or add para lang so that we can improve. One of the things that we need is to improve the infrastructures dun sa yung mga selected tourism areas na talagang that are really yung mga top tourism areas, Sige, GM Mark.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will submit a list of all the projects.
Thank you. Likewise, siguro to add, so how many tourism arrivals did you have this year or last year with the bigger budget for promotions and branding?
Madam Chair, we received 5.9 million international visitors for 2024. And as of today, the Philippines has already received 4,249,587.
So hopefully we will be able,
visitors.
with a bigger budget, hopefully 500 million, at least we can reach 8 million easily, hopefully.
Not easily. Not easily,
Not easily.
Madam Chair, with
But,
only with half of our over a billion
Yeah.
budget, we don't foresee being able to reach 8 million by next year.
Okay. We will add to that. No, I mentioned during our organizational meeting that JCI World Congress will be held in 2026 in Clark. About 5,000 foreign delegates from all over the world. So magdadagdag kami. In our own little way, we'll add 5,000 tourists in the arrivals. Kami ni Chairman Sherwin Gatchalian are all, both members of JCI. So I'm hoping that also siguro si COO Marga is here. I think they're asking for help lang sa promotions, probably in our other dun sa ano, they will be having a World Congress in Tunisia to promote this one. So baka if we can help so that we can have the 5,000 foreign delegates here. So yun na po, a small contribution to our arrivals. At least makadagdag tayo ng 5,000 ulit by that time sa Clark. And the last but not the least, Madam Chair, I also happen to defend the DOTR budget. So I'm hoping you can give me the list of which areas you think are hotspots for tourism, low-hanging fruit na talagang pinupuntahan. Of course, aside from Siargao, Boracay. I'm one of the things that I'm really helping DOTR with is to upgrade our regional or provincial airports, no? In-upgrade natin sila into hanggang night capable flying para po mas maraming flights. And at the same time, improve yung Camiguin Airport. We'll have Bukidnon Airport coming soon. And hopefully Mati Airport, doon po which I informed the good secretary and the DOT family. We are funding the Mati Airport in Davao Oriental because that will open up Caraga region and Davao Oriental and Davao, yung mga Del Sur, no? Surigao del Sur and others. Kasi malayo sila sa Surigao. And that area is also beautiful, no? Davao del Sur, Surigao del Sur, yung po mga beautiful waterfalls, Enchanted River, mahaba rin yung GovGen, magaganda. So, yun po, I'm hoping, Secretary, if you can give this committee a list of tourist hotspots that you think there is a need to improve the airports and also our seaports and others.
Yes, Madam Chair, we confirm that we can provide the list that we originally provided to the DOTR as far as the wish list of the DOT on the improvement of airports, seaports, as well as cruise ports, and also the popular and emerging destinations which we feel are in need of infrastructure intervention.
Yes, if I can have a copy as well so that as I prepare for the defense of the DOTR budget, I would include it in the preparations. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator J.V. Ejercito. We take note of your recommendation to increase the budget of branding. I would like to remind the agency to give us the soft and hard copy of the details of what branding actually means and where it is spent, whether in mainstream media or digital media. It was shown earlier. Kindly give us that copy, turn it over to the committee for 2023 and 2024. And the study that shows that there is a direct correlation between advertising, of course, branding, marketing, and the rate of tourist arrivals and expenditures based on studies of PSA, or could you have other studies from your consultants abroad? I'm sure you would have. And perhaps another ASEAN country where they spend much more than us, which is actually almost all, right? Except Myanmar, perhaps, or Laos. And then, so we could compare both. Okay. Having said that, I'll proceed with my questions first. First, I would like to ask about inbound tourism. So inbound visitor arrivals, based on records I'm reading, still have to meet the pre-pandemic levels, or have we already met the pre-pandemic levels? Because 2024 recorded 5.95 million compared to the 8.26 million arrivals in 2019. However, interestingly, inbound tourism expenditure in 2024 has surpassed 2019, reaching 699 billion despite fewer arrivals. I think this was the subject of conversation between Secretary Frasco and myself the other day when we said that we must not only measure tourism importance and receipts in terms of human bodies, number of arrivals, but actually in expenditure of those arrivals. That's correct, right? So could you kindly explain what explains first the slower recovery if you're to compare 2019 and 2024 in terms of inbound visitor arrivals, if we are to compare ourselves to our neighboring countries in ASEAN? And how do we account for the higher inbound tourism expenditures? So they spend more, that's good, despite the lower arrival numbers. So maybe this is due to inflation. Baka dahil lang mas mahal ang goods, kaya mas malaki ang ating expenditure, or are they spending more? So I want to understand that. Yeah, Secretary Frasco can answer.
Madam Chair, our data shows that with 5.9 million visitors arriving in the Philippines, in 2024, we have accomplished a 72% recovery rate as far as our pre-pandemic international arrivals are concerned. There are various factors to which we can attribute the slowdown, or rather the slower recovery compared to our ASEAN neighbors. First, as we have elaborated during this committee hearing, the competitiveness of the Philippines in terms of marketing and promotions is very low. And if you take a look at the amount invested in marketing and promotions to the Philippines, for the Philippines, versus the amount invested by our ASEAN neighbors, the number of arrivals is almost directly proportional to that. Correct. Second, and as I have also mentioned, in terms of our archipelagic nature and our 99% dependency on international airline travel, our ranking of number 6 as far as the air seats coming into the country is also almost directly proportional to our ranking in international tourism arrivals in the ASEAN. Third, in terms of visa liberalization policies, the Philippines is one of the last remaining countries in the ASEAN that still imposes a visa to the largest outbound market in the world, and that is China, which would explain our very low share to the large number of Chinese that have gone across the ASEAN since after the time of the pandemic. Fourth, other headwinds have also affected the recovery of the Philippines, ranging from geopolitical concerns to safety and security, and even to factors far beyond our control, such as economic factors, for example, affecting our top source markets. In terms of the valuation of the contribution of tourism to the country, it has been the position of the Department of Tourism, which is reflective of the position taken by other internationally recognized tourism bodies around the world that include the United Nations Tourism Organization, as well as the World Travel and Tourism Council, that especially after the pandemic, measuring the value of tourism cannot be confined to counting the number of international arrivals alone, because the value of tourism is in many other spheres. First, in terms of the revenues that it generates for the country. And in that regard, the Philippines has already recovered its international and domestic tourism receipts, and which has allowed the tourism industry to contribute 8.9% to our GDP, or 3.86 trillion pesos in total. tourism must also be measured not only in terms of visitor receipts, but most importantly, in terms of tourism employment, considering that tourism is a reliable source of livelihood for the Filipino people. So robust is the tourism industry's ability to provide employment that the Philippines ranks number 2 in the ASEAN in terms of the number of people employed directly and indirectly by tourism, and ranks number 1 in terms of the valuation of domestic tourism, according to the World Travel and Tourism Council, with over $70.5 billion attributed to domestic tourism for the country. So we propound that just as other industries are measured by way of their economic contribution, so too should tourism. Now, what accounts for the recovery of the receipts that have inured to the economy as far as tourism is concerned vis-a-vis our pandemic numbers? Of course, we recognize that there are inflationary factors at play, but at the same time, we have found from our survey of visitors coming into the country that our strategies of expanding the value proposition of the Philippines beyond the singular fun and adventure positioning to the multidimensional positioning of heritage, culture, gastronomy, and sports, and many other tourism products has allowed us to diversify and provide more opportunities for tourism spending. As a matter of fact, the World Travel and Tourism Council says that the Philippines ranks number 1 in terms of tourism spending per capita in the ASEAN. And not only that, our visitor sample survey also shows that the Philippines has enjoyed anywhere from a 65% to a 70% return or repeat visit rate. In other words, the tourists that come into the Philippines love the Philippines so much that they return over and over again. And so we're finding that by focusing on providing experiential opportunities for tourists to come to the Philippines, that they are having a deeper engagement, they're spending more, and they are staying longer as well, from an average of 9 nights in 2019 to an average of 11 nights under this administration. Finally, we have also seen that domestic tourism continues to be the backbone of the tourism industry. And so well recovered is the domestic tourism portfolio of the country that last year, 134 million domestic trips were taken by our fellow Filipinos, accounting for over 3.1 trillion in spending as far as domestic tourism receipts are concerned.
Just a quick computation. My staff gave me this 699 million. That is the inbound tourism expenditure in 2024 is indeed worth 603 million in 2019 when adjusted for inflation using CPI. So it may mean that the higher figure that I asked earlier in 2024 may only be reflective of rising prices, inflation, and not real growth in spending. So that was just based on the computation we made. But I would like to think they're spending more, but it's also, as I mentioned, be due to inflation.
Of course, I think there is room for varying opinions, Madam Chair. And we source our data from the Philippine Statistics Authority as well as the World Travel and Tourism Council. But even at 603 billion in international visitor receipts, that is still an over 100% recovery from the 600 million in 2019.
I'm glad that the Secretary also mentioned diversification. I think this is there's great potential for that because, again, based on the 2024 figures, it's still 70% for holiday, pleasure, vacation, and then 9% visiting relatives because you include balikbayan in your inbound travel. Others is 8%. It does not state. Business professional is only 7.8 and education is only 1.9. So the other reasons have very low shares. Perhaps this is an area which could have greater potential because we, as you mentioned, we want to diversify the reasons for coming aside from holiday and leisure. Which brings me to my second question already mentioned by the good secretary. So domestic tourism grew by 122 million in 2019, 134 in 2024. Okay. So it surpassed already the pre-pandemic level. I'm talking now of domestic tourism. Yes. Metro Manila, going to Cebu, Palawan, etc. However, correct me if I'm wrong, expenditure barely increased 3.14 trillion to 3.16 trillion, suggesting that unlike the inbound travels, now Filipinos domestically are traveling more but spending less. Again, I will answer my own question. This could be due to inflation, nagabiyahe pero mas nagtitipid. I just put that on record. I don't know if the secretary would like to comment on that, but at least we see an increase of domestic tourism. It has grown, but people are spending less. How do we make travel more and spend more?
Well, first of all, Madam Chair, we're very encouraged by the fact that Filipinos continue to show their love for our country by traveling at a rate of 134 domestic trips in 2024. And the tourism spending generated standing at 3.1 trillion has continued to ensure that tourism is a stabilizing force in very uncertain times. That being said, we understand that there are concerns in terms of pricing, perhaps, especially as far as airline tickets are concerned. And we do continue to work with our other tourism stakeholders, ranging from resorts, accommodations, retail, dining, and the like, in order to ensure the competitiveness of their pricing.
Let's not rely on air travel alone domestically. It would be interesting to do long land trips and then go through the ports, Roro, as long as it's safe and clean, right? Safe and clean. Efficient, safe, and clean. Yeah.
We completely agree with you, Madam Chair. And
maybe you could compute it. Is it as expensive? No, it's not going to be as expensive as air travel. Yeah. And then they stop along the way.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Even the small areas which are not the usual destinations can also be promoted.
Yes, Madam Chair. We fully encourage sea travel as well as land travel as alternative modes of travel. And in fact, we recently engaged in a joint promotion initiative with To Go Travel, which has launched their own domestic cruise tourism program, where you can stay in a very well-appointed vessel as you travel overnight across our islands.
We proceed to tourism share in GDP. It remains, as you mentioned, 8.9%. We have not fully recovered from 2019, no? Of 12.9% share in GDP, despite higher levels of our expenditure. And there are many reasons for this. So the reasons would be, but we're talking now of both inbound and domestic tourism, right? So what else can we do? You already mentioned to make the airfares lower priced, to promote us better abroad for inbound travels, to promote more land-based travel or island to island using other forms aside from air. How else can we improve tourism share in GDP, both from inbound and domestic tourism?
First of all, Madam Chair, to be very forthright, I actually expressed my concerns to the Philippine Statistics Authority because it seems that their attribution of the share of tourism to the GDP is solely based on the tourism direct gross value added, without taking into consideration in its entirety the internal tourism spending, which is the composite of the international and domestic tourism receipts. They explained that the TDGVA is the gross value added generated by tourism industries and other industries of the economy that directly serve visitors in response to internal consumption. Not quite sure what that means, but for us, it's very important to take a look at the ability of tourism to bring in revenues for our local small and medium enterprises, and the ability of tourism to employ communities and Filipinos. And these should be taken into account when computing the total contribution of GDP to the economy. That being said, we fully encourage the Philippinization of our tourism destinations, which means that we encourage local sourcing of materials, from construction to gastronomy to regular supplies of our hotels, resorts, and accommodations, in order to lessen the dependency of the tourism industry on imported products and to increase the valuation of the internal consumption.
Maybe you should see this. Did this come from LBRMO or from DOT? Mismong sa inyo nang galing. Oo. We're back to our 2014 level, no? Yung ating TDGVA. Yes. Our tourism direct gross value. Because we already increased, we were increasing from 2014 to 2019. Then the pandemic happened. I guess it takes time for us to do a rebound. You're back to the 2014 level. So let's see how we can recover faster, because we were at 12.9% based on the TDGVA.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I may be allowed to read and quote the interpretation of these numbers so that I can qualify that the TDGVA,
Tourism direct gross value added. Yan. So that we
the tourism direct gross value added, does not paint the complete picture of the performance of the tourism industry as far as our mandate is concerned. So it says here that while internal tourism expenditures reflect total spending of 3.86 trillion, the TDGVA represents only the direct value-added portion. The relationship between tourism spending and TDGVA is not one-to-one. Spending may be high, but if much of it flows to low-margin or imported goods or occurs in sectors with lower value-added per peso spent, such as informal tourism services, the TDGVA contribution remains modest. Goods or services, as well as leakages to informal or unregistered sectors, do not contribute to the TDGVA computation. Therefore, even if spending was high, its translation into TDGVA is bounded by supply-side capacity and value-added structure. Meanwhile, other sectors, especially those with high formalization and industrial capacity like retail, real estate, and manufacturing, captured larger and faster growing shares of GDP in 2024. The 8.9% TDGVA share is not a sign of underperformance, but a reflection of competitive sectoral dynamics and a fast expanding economy. Moving forward, efforts to increase tourism's GDP share, therefore, must focus on aspects such as continuing to raise value added per peso spent or promoting high yield tourism, which is what we're doing, reducing leakage by strengthening domestic supply chains and formalization, and enhancing linkages between tourism and high growth sectors.
You're aware of that and you're doing something about it, and then you've explained how the numbers don't reflect it accurately. But thank you for that information. Now, I will not ask you anymore about air arrivals because we already talked about the expensive rates and international visitors, etc. We go to the strong concentration in your markets. Is it South Korea and the US? They both account for 43% of arrivals, at least last year, and 41% this year so far. So how could we perhaps get back? When was it when Japan was a major market for the Philippines, and why did we lose the Japan market? Because now they are 8.8% as of 2025. China 4.6, Taiwan 3.6, but we have the US and South Korea. So how are we able, did we lose Japan? And what was the reason why we lost Japan? What percentage and what year did we have a strong Japanese market? And what is the inbound market or arrivals that we actually want, who actually spend the most and behave the most? Para hindi mga indikato. Yeah.
Madam Chair, to clarify, we have not lost the Japan market. And in fact,
The 8.8% in 2025 was really the percentage of past years, because told by the private sector, those who always come to me and complain, and sometimes there's basis. I mean, sayang nawala ang Japan market. So I want it on record. Did we actually lose Japan? When was the highest percentage? What year? And what were we doing in tourism then? Or maybe we had better news about the Philippines then. Again, I state that it's beyond the DOT. No? Ito.
Madam
Okay.
Chair,
Yes. Thank you.
may I continue, Madam Chair? Yes. The Japanese market accounted for 8.16% of the international arrivals of the country in 2024, at over 444,000 visitors. Comparative to 2019, Japan had an 8.28% share, with arrivals amounting to 684%. If you will allow, I'd like to cede the floor to Undersecretary Verna Buensuceso, who can give us a historical background of the Japanese market.
Pegged at 8%. So if we did not lose it, how can we gain more from the Japanese market, considering the proximity? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yusek Buensuceso.
Thank you, Secretary, and thank you, Madam Chair. In relation to the Japan market, actually, as mentioned by the Secretary earlier, if you take a look at this market this year, this is one of the growth markets that we're looking at to sort of fill in the shortfall, for example, of Korea and China. And if you take a look at the figures at the moment, we're already growing by 16.7%. So this is a very good recovery rate. To be able to induce the market further, the Tourism Promotions Board is also executing a number of joint promotional activities that will be done in the course of the next few months for us to be able to further accelerate the growth of the Japanese market, Madam Chair.
There's no deceleration of the Japanese market. So I was misinformed by the private sector practitioners.
There is no deceleration.
There's
Madam
never
Chair.
been higher than 8%.
Yes, right.
Yes.
10%, but right now
Yes.
we're
only
16.7%.
Okay, so that's clear, but there's of course potential for engaging more or inviting the Japanese market more. What other markets are we attracting? Where it says here, South Korea, US, Japan. Okay, Australia, 5% lang. Canada, malayo, pero ano, then China. Taiwan is only 3%, 3.5. Yes. What are we doing to attract more of these top 20 in international visitor arrivals? Again, the branding and promotions, right? Okay, Yusek, proceed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, in relation to our top performing markets, these are actually handled by the Tourism Promotions Board. And right now, for us to be able to accelerate and increase demand for our products and project and our destinations in the Philippines, we're looking now at doing joint promotional activities. So we work with airlines, for example. We work with tour operators. We work with online travel agencies for us to be able to develop packages, competitive packages, special promotions that will drive now demand for the Philippines and the various destinations. So this is one of the ways that we are doing to make sure that we will also have some sort of conversion into warm bodies.
How would you differentiate the promotions you do for DOT and the TPB? Yes. Yes, please explain our COO.
Hello, Madam Chair.
Mark
Good
Morales.
afternoon. Yes. So to share quickly, the Tourism Promotions Board is the marketing arm of the Philippine Department of Tourism in charge of our 13 key markets around the world through our travel, trade, and business-to-business shows.
13 be the top 13 of the list I have, I wonder. Or
I would think so, Madam Chair.
you have it
yes.
on the screen.
Yes,
would
maybe
be-
we can flash it.
This would be US, Korea, Japan,
Yes.
Australia, maybe the top 13.
Yes.
Okay, proceed, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair. So we take care of our business-to-business travel trade shows around the world. Versus so the branding is branding support into the different destinations.
You handle, where is branding lodge? Under DOT. But the TPB also does its own branding? No,
Ours,
the branding as a country, right? Everything is DOT. Right?
yes. So, Madam Chair, since we are in charge of our 13 key markets via our travel trade shows, the promotions that we, the promotion support is into the travel trade shows when the shows are happening. So the branding, global branding is under the department.
So you carry the same branding and you do your promotions through trade shows. Yes.
Kami.
Oo,
Yes,
that's
yes,
your
Madam Chair.
medium.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, very clear. So, we'll get to you later for your budget. Now, another question here would be on our gateways. NCR, Cebu, Palawan, Aklan, the usual. How do we diversify our foreign arrivals through more gateways? So what kind of initiatives are we doing? Again, maybe this will be answered partly by TIEZA later for tourism infrastructure projects. And what are the emerging destinations, considering the top 20 markets we have? So perhaps what we would want to hear is, how can we maximize, you mentioned TPB, our top 13, that would start with US, Korea, Japan, Australia, etc. And how could we diversify also the places aside from the usual NCR, Cebu, Palawan, Aklan, that's Boracay? What are the emerging destinations where the roads should lead to, where infrastructure of TIEZA should be developed, where promotions must be concentrated? Maybe here, Secretary.
Madam Chair, under the National Tourism Development Plan, one of the 7 objectives is the equalization of tourism promotions and development, precisely to provide opportunities for world-class, emerging, and lesser-known destinations to have billing in terms of the support of the Department of Tourism and the Tourism Promotions Board and the rest of our attached agencies. So then, we are providing interventions in various ways. As far as the attractiveness of the destination is concerned, we have been very conscious to provide promotion support not only for our already well-known and award-winning islands, but also for our emerging islands. And these executions can be seen in our traditional and social media executions, both domestically and internationally. For example, in our executions in the UK, we have promoted destinations apart from Cebu, Palawan, Boracay, and the like. We have included Bohol, Siargao, Bukidnon even, and many other islands that provide an unique and compelling experiences. In order to diversify our tourism products, we have also launched the Philippine Experience Program, which has a certain number of components that have to be complied with as far as the design of the program execution. And these include highlighting the natural assets of the destination, the heritage and culture, as well as festivals, the local products and gastronomy, as well as the indigenous communities of the area. The Philippine Experience Program invites national and regional tour operators not only to visit the destinations, but also to engage in business-to-business negotiations with local destinations and tour operators to come up with tourism packages that can then be marketed and sold all over the world and in the domestic market.
I'm familiar with your Philippine Experience Caravan. It's a very good effort in trying to make a convergence, not just of beach tourism, but it has culinary and nature tourism, etc. You promote this with the local tour operators for domestic tourism, or also have there been Philippine experience programs that have been utilized or promoted for inbound travelers, not balikbayans, but foreigners?
Madam Chair, the result of the execution of this program has been the crafting of tourism packages that are now being sold by tour operators and travel agents that cater to both the international and domestic market, as well as Klook, which is one of the largest online travel platforms that sells these packages to the international market. Another program that we have fully supported is the expansion of cruise tourism. So through our cruise tourism portfolio, we have been able to invite as many as 140 cruise calls as of August 2025. And that cuts across around 38 islands across the Philippines. These cruise calls have passengers from various places in the world, and they vary from luxury cruises to explorer cruises to the bigger size cruises.
Vessels carry these cruise ships, and these are for
international
tourists. What
Yes.
vessels?
You mean the brands, Madam Chair?
Yes. What are these ships? Cruise ships.
Yes. So for the luxury cruise calls, we have the Ritz-Carlton Yacht Collection, Ponant, Swan Hellenic, Cunard, and Silver Seas.
In the Philippines? Meron ng
That
ganon?
has come here to the Philippines,
Oh, I didn't
yes.
know that.
We also have the Norwegian Cruises, Oceania Cruises, Holland America, Hapag-Lloyd Cruises, Crystal Cruises, Princess, Costa, Seabourn, MSC.
Where does it usually emanate? Where does it start?
Many of these cruises actually dock in Manila and then proceed to a range of islands that include Curimao, Puerto Princesa, Boracay, Coron.
What port in Manila? Manila Port? Naku.
Yes,
Ay,
Madam
naku.
Chair.
Paano ba yan? Secretary, have you taken any of those cruises? Could you maybe go on Facebook Live and see how a Filipino family or a balikbayan, okay yan, Filipino family, a balikbayan, or a foreign tourist from an ASEAN neighbor or Europe or Australia, etc. come. Manila Port, magko-cruise. Paano ba yan? Hmm. Merong mga sumasakay, may bumibili. Totoo.
Yes.
Ritz-Carlton sa Manila Port.
Yes,
Talaga?
Madam Chair.
Baka naman maganda yung Manila Port, baka heritage area. Hindi yan.
On the part of
Bakit kayo tumawa? Siguro.
well,
Ano yung
the Manila Port is not operated by the Department of Tourism, Madam Chair, but we do provide support in terms of enhancing the arrival experience, like providing cultural performers as they arrive, very simple but meaningful things like a welcome lei and kits that we can provide to our tourists. On the other hand, for the cruises that eventually go to our other islands, we do work with our regional offices as well as our local government units so that they can prepare cultural and immersive experiences for our tourists that have the elements that I mentioned to you earlier for the
Please,
Philippine
DOT,
experience.
give us an assessment based on your travelers or on your officers and staff who have taken these cruises on the experience, the Philippine experience in the ports. So that I will ask these questions in the DOTR budget. Sino ba ang DOTR secretary bago? I'd like to see, now make it honest to goodness, an assessment, because you have the package, you have the product, and we want to entice our inbound visitors. So may we have your 31 packages, etc. You have Ritz-Carlton, Crystal Cruise, meron maganon. Tapos ports in Manila and in the provinces, Batangas Port, saan pa, Cebu Port. Then an honest to goodness assessment. In fact, it would be good for one of you to go through that without saying you're from DOT. And let's see, let's look at their experience to document it. So we see how people are treated in those sports, so in those ports that we know. And then again, that's beyond your control. That's why whether the cost of airfare, domestically, the condition of our ports, pero baka naman maganda. Kasi hindi naman papayag ang mga high-end or mamahalin na mga cruises na ito kundi maayos naman ang ports. To be fair, baka hindi lang natin nakikita, maganda at maayos, hindi ba? Oo. So, give us that report, please. That's beyond you, but that directly impacts on your performance, right?
Madam Chair, may I invite Director Paulo Tugbang, who has first-hand experience in this matter and who is handling our cruise port, or rather, cruise tourism development portfolio.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Just for context po, the Philippines actually is a very competitive cruise destination in Southeast Asia. However, I think what most of the cruise lines tell us is that we don't have a serviceable cruise port in the whole country. That's the only disadvantage that we have compared to our Southeast Asian counterparts. We cannot home port any cruise lines po in the Philippines because we don't have a cruise port that's ready for cruise and an international cruise terminal anywhere. Our most popular port, which takes about 75% of all cruise calls in the Philippines, is the Manila Pier 15 port, but it's actually a cargo port, ma'am. So the cruise lines actually use a cargo port to disembark their passengers in the country. However, they cannot skip Manila because they always say that an experience in the Philippines is not complete without Manila. In lieu of that, ma'am, we try to increase our competency in expedition cruises where we do tendering in different island destinations across the country. As of the moment, we have developed more than 40 island destinations for cruise tourism. And we do service a lot of mega cruise ships, expedition cruise ships, as well as luxury cruise ships to the Philippines. with very good international standing. Actually, in 2024 po, we won best port of call in one of the most prestigious cruise awards in the world po.
It's the most prestigious award.
One of the most prestigious cruise
Which is-
awards po. Asia Cruise Awards po. So we won best port of call for 2024.
Saan? Which port?
The Philippines po, best port of call in
Which port in the
not a
Philippines?
specific port po, as the country.
What is best port of call?
Yes. So it means po
That's good to hear.
yes.
Considering we use a cargo port for
Yes,
our
ma'am.
cruise ship,
Yes, ma'am.
but we receive the best port of call.
Call.
Ano ibig sabihin nun? In the world?
In Asia po.
In Asia?
Oo. So it means po the experiences that port of call. It means, ma'am, that the products that we provide for our cruise passengers are are excellent. They really enjoy our shore excursion programs. They enjoy our destinations. They enjoy our islands.
No question about the
Yes.
destinations. I have no question about our service.
Yes.
But example of a cruise program, a cruise package from Manila Cargo Terminal to where?
Yeah, for example, ma'am, our home ports that service the Philippines are actually Singapore home port and Hong Kong home port.
Okay.
So a cruise passenger may fly to Singapore or to Hong Kong and then board the cruise ship and then they will go to the Philippines. In the Philippines, they will have multiple stops. First of which will be Manila. And then in Manila, they will go down. They will either go to, let's say, Binondo for a food crawl, or they would go to Tagaytay to eat bulalo. And then after 8 hours, they will leave. They will go to another port or a destination without a port and they'll do tendering po. For example, they'll go to, let's say, Camotes Island. And in that island, they would do other excursion activities like with the wildlife, with nature.
How do they get to Camotes from?
Yes, they have yet to get there. Or for example, ma'am, in
Ano?
any
Oh,
destination,
wait, you said from.
sa Lumage, for example, or
Paano makakarating ng Camotes mula sa Manila Port?
they will ride the cruise ship, ma'am.
The cruise ship?
Yes.
Ilang
Yes, 2096.
oh,
Madam
okay.
Chair, to
Ilang
clarify.
oras yan?
So, Madam
Just an
Chair,
example.
if I may,
Magandang Camotes.
kasi hindi pa nangyayari yan.
Ah,
Baka tanungin nila ako sa Cebu. It will happen in 2026, the Camotes.
Yes.
But there are other packages. Please
like
go
for
ahead.
example, ma'am, they'll go from Manila and then they'll go to Kalangaman Island in Leyte. So the cruise line will rent the entire island and they will mount cultural experiences there for 8 hours. And then the passengers will go down. They will have the Filipino brand of wellness
Ilang oras
massage.
yan? Ilang
8
oras
hours
yan?
po
8
per
hours yan?
destination. Yes.
Okay, 8 hours on sea.
No,
Oh.
overnight on sea po.
Overnight on sea.
Yes.
Okay. Hmm.
Then they'll stay 8
What's
hours
the top
on.
of the line cruise ship? We said Ritz-Carlton.
Yes, ma'am. We'll have our first ever luxury.
Ritz-Carlton is in the Philippines?
They will come to the Philippines for their first Asia leg of cruise next year.
As lahat ng binanggit nyo, wala pa yan.
Andyan na po, the Ponant, the Cunard have arrived also. Swan Hellenic will also do their first next year.
All emanating from Manila Port.
All emanating from a home port in Asia and passing by Manila as a turnaround
Home
call.
port in Asia, let's say Singapore, and then
Yes.
passing by Manila Port,
Yes.
and then having a side trip to
Other ports.
Intramuros, land,
Yes.
Intramuros or Tagaytay,
Yes,
and then
ma'am.
back to the ship, like the usual when we
Yes.
go on trips, and then they go overnight somewhere outside Luzon.
Yes.
Mhm.
Sometimes multiple ports, ma'am. They can
Oo.
go one in Visayas, they can go one in Mindanao before heading out of the Philippines.
Dali nyo sa casino.
Wag. Ayoko. Hindi.
Andyan na rin, ma'am.
May casino ka pa.
Soler, sa Soler.
They can go in there.
Yes.
Meron naman
Some-
May casino, di ba?
Yes po.
May casino yung ship eh. That's really part of the experience it's in the trip. Part of the experience is in the
Yes.
trip. That's what I read.
Yes,
May
Madam
casino
Chair.
doon, may swimming pool, may wellness, and all that.
But on our end po, on the product development aspect, we really highlight the Filipino culture po as our...
Darating pa lang. Ano na ang sabi mo, nanalo tayo sa Asia Pacific, the best port of call.
Yes, ma'am, 2024.
Referring to what? Are you referring to a cruise program already existing?
Um,
What product was
yes,
that?
ma'am. It's actually an assessment between different ports across Asia by the Asia Cruise Forum, which is a group of cruise experts. And then they assess that during 2024, we actually provided one of the best services in terms of our offerings, in terms of our hospitality. So the Philippines as a country won best.
What destination was that won?
No, ma'am. It's the Philippines as
It's
a
the
country.
Philippines.
Yes.
That's why. What destinations were already existing at the time?
We have a lot, ma'am. So we classify our destination based on seaboards. Sige po. So,
Tutuwa ako pero parang
Yeah.
nakakatuwa. Mahirap paniwalaan pero nakakatuwa.
yes, ma'am. We will submit.
Hindi, nakakatuwa nga. Surprise. So,
You have data on how many inbound tourists coming from the ships, from the cruise lines?
Yes, po.
Lumalaki ba siya?
Ma'am, the small paper.
0.4% of international visitors enter the Philippines via sea. So ang laki ng kung tayo pala, i-promote nyo kung totoo yan ha, kung tayo ang best port of call. Ay nako, pakita nyo kung saan. Tapos i-promote nyo para itong 0.4 maging 1% man.
For 2025, Madam Chair, we are projecting about 47,000 sea arrivals. From different ports of the Philippines po that are actually passed by cruise lines.
Growing?
It is growing po.
Last year, how many?
103 port of calls last year. This year, we are projecting to finish the year by 140 port calls.
Why don't you work with the OTR for a convergence?
We have, sir.
meron ba?
We have convened the Cruise Tourism Development Council recently, and we will have a high-level meeting around October.
Sakay ka na ng isa.
We benchmarked po how cruise is done in other countries, ma'am.
No, dito.
No, not yet po.
Huh?
Yes.
Why?
Because we don't have a fly and cruise program, ma'am. So if I wanna go and ride a cruise ship that will service the
Because
Philippines,
it emanates from
I
another.
have to go to a port of call,
I
to a
see.
home port,
No,
which is
so
Samsung or something.
in DOT has tried riding only from Manila. You cannot because it emanates from another. I
Yes.
see. Okay, just kindly give us which of those, the list from the high end to, it's interesting that we won. Okay.
Yes,
I'm
Madam
warned,
Chair.
I'm warned na nasa DOT pa lang ako, marami pa raw. O sige, I'll stop.
Yes,
I'll stop.
Madam Chair.
Shows my interest
Thank you.
eh. Yeah, tas may mga natutuklasan na nanalo pala tayo.
Yes, Madam
O,
Chair.
diba? Maganda yung shirt niya. O, sige.
Thank you, Sec. Thank you po.
Just to so meron ng attorney, meron ng convergence with the OTR.
Yes po, we've been working with the OTR since 2019.
But do you have a budget in mind on fixing the sports? Itong mga interesting maybe what do you call that? Yung parang serviceable cruise ports.
We have relayed po our request to improve our ports, especially specific ports like Port of Manila, Port of Puerto Princesa.
Kasi if it's a potential, then let's invest.
Yes.
Diba? Kung potential siya, because I also have, ngayon ko lang narinig na it's becoming a source of inbound tourists.
Yes, Madam Chair, we do actually have a convergence with them, and PPA has a master plan for port development.
How much do you need?
We don't have a ballpark figure, sir, because it's incumbent upon PPA to project.
Why
how
don't you
much.
work with them
Yes.
and when during the budget of PPA, we'll discuss that. But you have to work with them because I don't know how much, which ports, how much do we need, what type of facilities.
Yes.
Work with them para we will have a convergence budget under DOTR yan eh.
Yes, po.
DOTR. So when we hear their budget, we can already put some amounts if at least here in Metro Manila because naging best port of call tayo eh. So we
Yes,
can I'm looking at sustaining that that increase in sea travel.
Yes, po, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sec.
Thank you we proceed now to, did I say TPB? Would you like to proceed with TPB and then TIEZA? Yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Your Honor, Senator Win. Can we flash our presentation? I am here on behalf of the Tourism Promotions Board to present our proposed budget for fiscal year 2026. Under RA 9593, the TPB is mandated to market and promote the Philippines in 13 key and strategic markets and across domestic regions through our travel, trade, business-to-business shows, as well as MICE. Let me begin quickly with our financial performance. Flashed on the screen is our 5-year performance. In 2024, we achieved a 97.97% utilization rate, one of our highest to date. This reflects steady improvement in budget execution, which each year is building on the lessons and successes of previous. As of August 31, 2025, the TPB has utilized 52% of its 1.84 billion budget for fiscal year 2025. Next slide, please. And 52%. Next slide, please. In 2024, the TPB implemented 182 programs, facilitating over 20,000 business-to-business meetings, which generated 10.59 billion in sales leads as reported by our Philippine seller partners. Moving forward, a survey conducted among 159 respondents from Philippine companies shared that TPB events in 2024 gave them 152 billion in actual sales, with 22.85 billion directly attributable to TPB efforts. As of September 2025, the TPB has already implemented 60 programs, projects, and activities, facilitated nearly 8,000 business-to-business meetings, resulting to already 5.73 billion in sales leads and 2.3 billion in media values. The TPB continues to drive strategic tourism promotion through flagship events like the FITEX, the Philippine MICE Conference, enabling direct negotiations between international buyers and accredited Philippine tourism suppliers. We strengthen the Philippines' global presence by participating in major international tourism events such as the Asia Dive Expo, the ITB Berlin, the World Travel Mart in London, the ASEAN Tourism Forum, and the Arabian Travel Mart, to name a few, generating 4.2 billion in sales leads and reinforcing global partnerships. Domestically, our initiatives delivered strong results. The regional travel fair in Tuguegarao generated 116 million pesos in sales leads and 7 million pesos in spot bookings. We continue also to promote emerging destinations through the Domestic Invitational Program, the Community-Based Tourism Program, the Philippine Motorcycle Tourism, and the newly launched Philippine Cyclo-Tourism. Our MICE department continues to be a growth driver, generating 274 million pesos in sales leads and supporting 52 events nationwide. To elevate our global image, we also partner with international KOLs to promote popular and lesser-known Philippine gems. These marketing efforts contributed to 2.34 billion in media values, strengthening our brand presence in key markets. The TPB, the FITEX and MICE Connect slide, if we have it, but that's okay. The TPB, we are proud to share that the TPB recently successfully staged last September 8 to 10, the Philippine Travel Exchange and the MICE Connect, the country's premier government-led platforms for trade and MICE. The event gathered 147 Philippine sellers and 114 foreign buyers from 20 key international markets around the world, including representatives from the global MICE and business event sectors. Over the course of the programs, delegates participated in more than 3,000 business-to-business meetings, generating 1.1 billion in sales leads, way exceeding our targets, actually. The FITEX and MICE Connect continue to play a vital role in strengthening international partnerships and positioning the Philippines as a competitive and world-class tourism destination. Our social media following grew from around 300,000 to now over 400,000 since September 25, 2025.
You could do better than
Yeah.
400,000. You boost.
Yes,
Oo.
yes,
You can
Madam Chair,
can you
noted. I
boost-
agree.
Can you boost in your markets?
Yes,
And
we will
your
work on that.
markets would be those mentioned, right? The top 20.
Yes, the
Right.
top 13, Madam
Oo,
Chair.
dapat by the millions na kayo.
Noted.
Yeah.
We will take on that
Okay.
challenge,
Oh,
Madam
that's
Chair.
fine.
Okay. The Travel Philippines app continues to gain traction with downloads increasing from 75,000 to now 100,000.
To monitor or give us of the 8 million as of now, no? As of August 2025, what is due to MICE, to conventions? Because in the percentages I have, the ones for business is very, very low, right? Kasi ito, you would consider those entering business and professional, ito yung 7.89. Not education and convention and conference 1% lang.
Yes, Madam
Huh?
Chair. Oo, we can do
Really?
way better. Oo.
Yes.
We really can do way better in terms of MICE. Yes, that is actually a program that we are looking to grow.
1% lang
Oo.
sa entry. Is that accurate? Oh.
We can do better, Madam
How
Chair. I agree.
You compare us to our neighbors in
Mm-mm.
terms of conferences
Far.
sa kanila.
Malaysia, I would think, is our number one right now, but we can get you the
Malaysia,
data. I
not
think so, but
even
also
Thailand.
because they are landlocked.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Indonesia.
I think Malaysia. But I will get you the data.
Are
I
we
could
the
be wrong. I
lowest?
could be
Are
wrong.
we the
Sorry,
lowest in
Madam Chair.
Southeast Asia? Could you give us a comparative report?
We
Are
will.
we the lowest? Hindi naman siguro compared to Myanmar and Laos,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Kung mataas pa sila sa atin, ewan ko na, pero hindi naman siguro. Oo.
We will get
But-
you the
but
data, Madam
there's-
Chair.
Did we grow from before pandemic? What were we before pandemic?
In MICE numbers, Madam
Yes.
Chair, or our challenge, Madam Chair, to share is that we have been challenged in gathering MICE data. So that is something that we would like to.
Why is it available here in 2024? They only started gathering that data in 2024 that showed the 1% entry through MICE.
Might be. Is this from the DOT numbers, Madam Chair?
This is your
Yeah.
number.
The 1%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just kindly find that for us. If
Yeah.
it's not available now, I'm certain if you were able to give us this figure
We can
in
gather.
2024, I'm certain you have the previous
We
years.
will work on that, Madam.
So that we see from holiday and vacationers, is it increasing or going down?
Noted.
And what's the
Is
reason?
business
And I
growing?
can see the reason again, because of our image. Again, the issues of crime, of peace and order, the issue of floods, because, they see and it's a reality. And then corruption. But we're such a good destination and you can do more social media promotions.
Noted,
for
Madam Chair.
What are the top 5? Did you say that already, MICE areas for conventions in Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao?
No. It's not part of the report yet, Madam Chair. Yeah, but usually in NCR is still our main. NCR pa rin siya, Madam Chair. Although we have Cebu already, we have Iloilo. Boracay has a very strong MICE alliance, but little venues, and Clark, of course, yes. And Davao, also, of course,
Yeah,
Davao.
but they have to
yes.
fly if it's domestic. So it makes the
Yes.
package more expensive.
Yes.
So perhaps those nearer, no, but they can go on direct flights
To Clark, yes.
to Cebu
Yeah.
and to
And
Clark.
to Cebu.
Then from
And to
Clark,
Davao.
yes, may direct flights naman doon.
Mm-mm.
So is your promotion based, is it Manila centric? Because you said most of the MICE arrivals are NCR. Does it mean that your promotions is mostly based on those arriving in NAIA? Or should you instead or increase your promotions where we have international airports?
Yes, we are focusing on that, Madam Chair.
Yeah,
Actually,
when the secretary was
Yes.
out on her bathroom break, I mentioned that there's a great potential to increase MICE because we're only 1%. It's so sad, but we have so many destinations. Pero baka wala naman tayong accommodations
No, we
or
can.
convention centers. Pwede ba? I mean, when sa itugma ninyo, yung merong international arrival na airports, international airports, do we have the hotels to house them?
Yes.
Do we have the convention centers also international standards
Mm-mm,
to
mm-mm.
accommodate them?
Yes, Madam Chair.
And then I was asking for previous years, even pre-pandemic, of our
Data
arrivals for
for my.
MICE, yes. Parang din kayo nagkulang sa promotions. You keep on promoting it, right? Could you
I
tell
think
us-
we can do better,
Yeah.
Madam Chair. Yeah.
Tell us, what are the comments? I mean, let's be very candid here. When you sell us for conventions and conferences, what do they tell us? And which market are you selling to? Are you selling to the same markets that we mentioned earlier? South Korea, Japan, US, Australia, or iba ang market ba pag conferences?
Our biggest challenge, Madam Chair, is still our safety and security. But you know, they love the Philippines. Yeah, they always go back to that, and yeah. But yeah,
Safety,
yes,
peace and order.
yes. That's
What
number
countries
one.
say that? All.
All.
That's beyond you.
Mm-mm,
Yeah.
mm-mm,
Even if you give you hundreds of millions of promotion budget,
mm-mm,
if the safety aspect,
Mm.
at least the image,
mm-mm,
because we're safe here, right? I
mm-mm,
mean,
mm-mm,
yes, but for tourists and for conferences,
mm-mm,
and they have options in
mm-mm,
Southeast Asia.
mm-mm.
But do we have, is it for conferences ba, we still follow this Korea, US, or do we have another market for conferences coming from Southeast Asia? Like would the Indonesians want to have their conference here? Would the Thais or the Malaysians want to have it here? What is the biggest market for conference?
Well, for now, it's South Korea still, Madam Chair. But we again it's been a challenge to gather MICE data, but that is something we would like to prioritize next year. The MICE studies, just so we know our baseline and where to jump from.
Just like we talked about tourism for pleasure and vacation earlier, I'd like to know the comparison in pre-pandemic levels and the delegate spending. Do you have that? Yeah. So if it's 1.1% in 2024, how do are there repeat visits? So in short, nagkomperensya siya, next time, turista na siya for pleasure or vacation.
My spending is times 5, I would think, of the regular tourist, but we can get you the exact number, Madam
So,
Chair.
A conference participant would spend
More.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's why that's really another low-hanging fruit. That's and 1%. That's really sad. Yeah.
It's around 6,000 pesos average daily expenditure, Madam Chair.
So perhaps give us the top 5 conference areas.
Right.
Yes.
So NCR, Madam Chair, Cebu.
NCR.
The World Trade Center, SMX. Yeah, the usual. Yeah. Cebu, Iloilo, Davao, and Clark. Yeah.
Usually after the conference, how many days do they stay? Longer?
They stay longer, Madam Chair. Average, I would think 11 days. Sorry, 11 days already. Used to be 7, now 11 days in 2024.
They stay 11 days longer?
Yes, Madam Chair. So yeah, even when we do our MICE conference, so they come for 2 days, 3 days, but there are post tours. So they go all around the Philippines after. Yeah.
That's quite
Because
long.
they're
Because
here
usually when we
already.
spend, tayo, when we go on our foreign trips, we just stay then maybe 1 day off or a half day. They stay that long.
Yeah, they stay long.
Okay. So it's good. If that's accurate, then it's good. We should promote our areas more for conferences, considering sinusulit nila. They stay for 1 week longer. So it's difficult for us to compare because we don't have the statistics for pre-pandemic level. Yeah.
We will
Okay.
work on that, Madam Chair.
Sherwin, you'd like to ask?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask about this special account for general fund, tourism's promotions fund. And apparently there's 20 billion in that fund. How come it's not being spent?
I can read you a history of that,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. So that the TPB cannot automatically utilize our SAG-F. So the approval of TPB's budget is governed by the usual budgeting process, initially under the DBM NBM number 153 dated December 27, 2024. Corporate budget call for fiscal year 2026. Following that process, pursuant to the DBM NMB number 154, the budget priorities and framework for the preparation of FY 2026 agency budget proposal. So the TPB is required to submit its budget proposal to the DBM. And during this process, the DBM provides TPB its annual budget ceiling, including 3 years budget estimate. Then the TPB submits the DBM its proposal, a proposed work program based on the budget ceiling with tier 2 proposals. So this serves as the TPB's proposed COB, which then has to be approved by the DBM. So they have to be the one to approve it in accordance with government budgeting rules and regulations. So the TPB cannot access or disburse these funds as their release requires the issuance of a SARO. So we need a SARO and a notice of cash allocation from the DBM. So that has been our challenge, Mr. Chair. But notwithstanding these limitations, we have consistently exerted efforts to access additional funding by submitting special budget requests to the DBM for the utilization of our SAG-F balances. We also regularly submit our tier 2 budget proposals to enhance and implement new programs. Though approval has remained a challenge, perhaps due to fiscal priorities, we're not sure. So over the past 3 years, we have likewise naman showed that we have improved our financial absorptive capacity. We understand our ceilings in the DBM, but of course, we remain open if they give us and allow us our new special budget requests. We are ready to accommodate, Mr. Chair.
Sayang yung fund.
Yes,
It's already
yes,
there, no?
yes.
I don't know if it's a cash issue. The fund is there on paper, but there's no cash.
I don't know, Mr. Chair.
But based on the COA report, it's really just compliance issues.
Mm.
So it's on the, when you say compliance, that's on the part of the Tourism Promotion Board.
Yeah, no, I think we've clarified that already, Mr. Chair. I don't think it's in compliance because we've had meetings already with the DBM. They've told us naman that as long as we've utilized, we can request for more funds.
Because in this the tourism promotion funding, I think this is in the IRR. Unallocated portion of the fund shall be earmarked by the TPB for the following purposes. And letter C, such other purpose as may contribute to the development of the tourism industry. So this is a very broad catch-all provision
It is.
that I'm thinking of tapping so that we can fund the branding requirements of DOT. Kasi pwede siya if you think about it. No? So we're trying to, of course, we want to support tourism and DOT, but we're also looking for funds. So this is one fund that we're thinking of accessing.
Yes.
In order, and there's a provision here or a mechanism to give it to DOT. But I'm just wondering, how come for a very long time, when's the last time you accessed this fund?
They recently gave us a special budget request for the travel exchange for the ASEAN.
How much is that?
200 million.
So that's but this is 20 billion. So if we can carve out 2 billion, then that will greatly help the promotions aspect of nakandyan lang siya. And what is the source of the fund? There's a regular source,
Yes,
diba?
yes,
Every year.
yes, Mr. Chair. I can read to you. So it is the investment earnings from the Tourism Promotions Trust, national government appropriation of not less than 500 million pesos for at least 5 years. So we had that from 2014 to 2017. 70% of the 50% net income of DFPC accruing to the department, at least 25% of the 50% national government share remitted by PAGCOR.
How much is that every year?
Oh, can we compute?
More or less.
Around 3 billion, Mr. Chair.
Every year.
Every year.
3 billion of new source
Yes.
every year.
Yes. Yes.
But you're only using 200 million.
No, our budget now is 1.4.
No, but the special budget request is 200, diba?
The additional special
That's
budget
the
request
additional-
that, yes.
Every year, how much do you get from the fund?
Average 1.3 billion is our ceiling from the DBM.
No, this is aside from your regular budget.
The regular budget is from that fund, Mr. Chair.
The regular budget
Yes.
is from that fund.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
But the ceiling is given to us by the DBM.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay. But we'll reach out to DBM and see if we can carve out a portion of that
Okay, thank
so
you.
that we can utilize for TPB and also for DOT. I'm just
Thank you,
wondering
Mr.
because
Chair.
there's the fund is there. The
It's
cash,
there.
in my opinion, is there because it's collected from PAGCOR and PAGCOR generates cash. Hindi ko lang alam kung nagagamit sa ibang expenses, no? That's why they put the ceiling because part of the reason why we have the ceiling is to manage the cash flow. But if we can increase that and allocate some maybe 500 million
Yeah.
to
Yes.
DOT, then at least we don't have to subtract it from other agencies because we're
Yes.
thinking of subtracting it also from other agencies. So, but
Mr.
that's
Chair,
the
we can.
wala na kasi makuhaan inside DOT. So
Mhm.
we have to find it outside of DOT.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
But this is a fund, this is a potential source of income.
Yes.
Okay. Other than that, is the only reason is just a ceiling?
Yes, yes.
But compliance, there's no
No,
issue
no,
with the
yes,
compliance?
no. Yeah. And when our utilization is 97.97%.
Okay. All right. Sige, we'll reach out to DBM about that. Okay. Ito pala. Okay, can you give us some reasons on how come the 20 billion cannot be accessed
Yes,
to its
sir.
full amount?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Actually, while the SAGF is automatically appropriated, they still form part of the total expenditure program of the national government in a fiscal year. So sinasabi naman sa kanila na if ever they really need, they have to ask for approval. They have to request for us kasi naka-program po siya for the year.
Program siya for the year in terms of
I mean, yung additional, sir, it is not program for the current year. Only what was included in the current year for the SAGF.
Okay. But can we reallocate from the fund? Kami ang magre-reallocate from the fund?
Sir, I think it's
This form in 20 billion forms part of the new appropriations, di ba?
Yes, sir, part siya.
Part siya, so pwede
Yes.
namin kunin doon and reallocate to some of the requirements
For them, sir.
for DOT.
DOT.
Pwede ba?
Yeah.
Pwede bang ganun?
Kasi sir, subject naman din sa din yun sa yung context ng prudent fiscal management and then yung program ng available financing resources. So if ever po sir, nasa inyo naman po yung
Yeah, correct,
if ever po.
Oo. So Congress, with its wisdom, can carve out a few amounts and allocate it to the requirements of DOT. Pwede yun.
Opo sir, kasi it's the same process din naman na sinasabi namin sa kanila na if they really need, they have to request for us and then we will do a reprogramming of the said amount if it's not included in the appropriations po.
Can you get back to us na lang? Balikan nyo kami about that idea of carving out 500 or maybe a billion and putting it to the branding campaign.
Yes sir, we will do sir and we will seek the our legal service for that sir.
Kasi in my opinion we can but just to make sure that there's no legal impediment. All right.
Yes sir, we will do.
All right.
Mr. Chair,
yeah,
Mr. Chair,
ahead.
may I be allowed to put forth the position of the Department of Tourism on this matter?
Go ahead, Secretary.
Mr. Chair, I would like to cite Section 55 of RA 9593 or the Tourism Act of 2009, which pertains to the Tourism Promotions Fund. Contrary to the notion that the spending of the Tourism Promotions Board should be bound by a ceiling of only 6% per year, the wording of the law provides no such ceiling or restriction. And what the law does not restrict, it allows. Moreover, Mr. Chair, we would also like to highlight that the wording of Section 55 is very clear as far as the mandate to allocate the unallocated portion of the fund earmarked by the TPB for the use of other agencies, including TIEZA, the DOT, and other such purposes. Therefore, the position of the DOT is that we must comply with the mandate of the Tourism Act, which speaks of no ceiling or no limitation in terms of the utilization of the Tourism Promotions Fund.
In your opinion, can this be used to fund the branding activities?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kasi meron dito for such other purpose or purposes as may contribute to the development of the tourism industry. So it's a very broad catch-all. So branding is part of the development of the tourism industry.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because this specific provision is also responsive to the mandate of the Department of Tourism, which is also indicated in the preamble of the law.
Okay. All right. We'll work with DBM on this and we'll request for a position paper. On
Yes,
this
Your Honor.
also. We'll also consult our legal team here in the Senate Finance Committee. But in my opinion, this is a fund that we can tap and then rechannel it to the branding activities. So, or else kasi we have to look for funds outside of the DOT budget, which hahanap pa kami. No? All right. Okay, so while we're waiting for the chairperson, I'll just go to the other agency so that we don't waste time. I'll go to the TIEZA, to the Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority. And then I was looking at the budget for 2024 and then 2025. In 2024, there was a government subsidy of 620 million. I understand. And then there are also amounts dedicated to that government subsidy. Now, I want to ask, what happened to that government subsidy and those projects allocated to that government subsidy?
For 2024.
2024.
Yes. Mr. Chair, for 2024, we have amount of total of 620 million allocated in GAA. 20 million for construction of Tubataha Ranger Station. Master plan of the detailed study of the West Philippine Sea, 100 million. 500 million for the Mayon Volcano Heritage Aesthetic Lighting. For the Ranger Station, Mr. Chair, we're just waiting for the MOA. It's being reviewed because this is a transfer of funds to the province of Palawan. For the master plan of West Philippine Sea, we were able to bid this out, but unfortunately, Mr. Chair, we're in the process of terminating the master plan because we are not being allowed and we don't get any clearance coming from the DND. So the amount that was been consumed here is the mobilization, which is around 7 million, Mr. Chair. So the rest of the money is still with DBM. And then for the Mayon Volcano, Mr. Chair, not a single centavo has been spent for this, and this project has been terminated. For GAA 2025, Mr. Chair, we were given construction of Baywalk in Cruz Port located in Barangay Poblacion, Puerto Galera, Oriental, Mindoro. The plans are ongoing right now, Mr. Chair. So for detailed engineering. Then we received another phase 2 for the Mayon Volcano Heritage Aesthetic Lighting, which is 750 million. This is also been terminated, Mr. Chair. And then we also receive construction of Bicol International Sports Stadium, phase 1, amounting to 390 million, Mr. Chair. So this one, Mr. Chair, wala pa ho kaming information na nare-receive on how to proceed with this. What is the scope of the project? Because it was just given to us the title and the amount, Mr. Chair. So wala pa hong coordination regarding this project. And then we have number 4, construction of Tacloban International Sports Stadium, phase 1, 395 million also, Mr. Chair. Same situation, Mr. Chair, as the one in Bicol, but not a single centavo, Mr. Chair, has been spent with this. So yung pera hong ito nasa DBM pa ho up to now.
Yeah, for 2025 is
545 billion pesos, Mr. Chair.
1.5 billion pesos was allocated.
Yes po.
Actually, this is where I'm actually quite I don't understand this. Yung Tubataha Ranger wala pang nagastos, no? It's
Wala po. It's a transfer, Mr. Chair, sa ano, ang province po ng Palawan na mag-execute. Kasi sila po ang kapartner nung conservatory nung Tubataha Ranger Station, Mr. Chair. Meron na po kaming binigay dati dyan. Ganyan din po yung process na ginawa namin. Around 40 million po yung binigay namin sa kanila.
But to date there's no disbursement of these funds. Wala pa
Wala
siya
pa ho
now.
yan. Nasa DBM pa ho yan hanggang ngayon, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And then yung master plan and detailed engineering study of the West Philippine Sea and
Yes.
neighboring island. This one also very low disbursement rates.
Yes, sir. Kasi sir, yung problema ho namin dyan, based sa report po ng project engineer namin at saka ng master planner, hindi ho makakuha ng clearance, sir, to go to the island.
Bakit naglagay ng pondo? West Philippine Sea ito eh. Bakit
Yes, sir.
master plan and detailed engineering study
Yeah.
of West Philippine Sea and neighboring island? Nasa tourism?
Apo,
What's
dinala
the
po.
objective of the master plan? To turn
Yes
West
po.
Philippine Sea
Yes.
into tourism?
It was to convert the islands like Pag-asa, sir, to tourism destination and magkaroon ng tourism facility. Yun po yung purpose for the terms of reference.
Yeah, but
Mr. Chair.
alam naman natin nangyayari doon. So we need some form of clearance from DND,
Yes, sir. Which we did ask po.
and
And
which they did not give.
we did not able to secure, Mr. Chair.
And then why did we put money?
Sir, hindi po kami ang nagpalagay. We just received it, sir, coming from the GAA.
This
So,
is congressional-
we did not even requested for it,
It's a
sir.
congressional initiative to.
Yes po, sir.
Itong Mayon Volcano, I also merong I think the allocations about
0.250, sir.
1.250 billion.
From phase 1 and phase 2.
Correct, but I read in the news that the LGU did not approve of this.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, ang ginawa ho namin, we allocated at least 5 million sa pera ni TIEZA to conduct a feasibility study first.
Maglalagay tayo ng ilaw sa Mayon Volcano?
Yes po.
Hindi
Iilawan po yung Mayon Volcano.
ba sumasabog yun?
Ang technical study, sir, is palayo po siya. Yun po yung proposal na ginawa for that project. Hindi ho siya pwedeng doon mismo malapit, sir, kasi siyempre may lava hong dumadaloy. So, kumbaga, yun po yung kinonsume ng feasibility study na ginawa namin. Technically, sir, it's viable. The project is viable, but socially hindi ho siya feasible because part of our feasibility study is the public hearing. So the stakeholders are against it, the LGU are against it, including DNR are against it. So there's no purpose in implementing the project, sir.
But we appropriated 1.2 billion eh.
Yes, sir.
Nakatali yung pondo doon.
Yes, sir.
Sana linagay na lang natin sa branding. Di ba? Sana
Yes, sir.
linagay na lang natin. That's my
Sir,
point. Sana linagay na lang natin sa
Yes,
branding
sir.
1.2.
I do agree also with you, but unfortunately, sir, we're not the one who
I know,
who
I know it's
implement-
not your initiative. No?
It's
This
not
is
our
a
initiative,
congressional
sir.
initiative.
We're just the
Hindi ko na
recipient.
tatanungin kung sino, no? But
We're the recipient of the budget, sir. So we have to do our part as mandated by law, sir, na to act on these appropriations na binigay po sa amin. But on the other items that I mentioned, Mr. Chair, up to now, wala pa rin po kaming directives on how to move through with this because it's phase 1. Ang kiniklear ko kasi dito, sir, what's the scope of the International Sports Stadium?
correct, correct.
We don't have any idea on how. Is 390 sufficient enough to finish it? But it states it's phase 1, so it's bigger. So kung bigger ho siya, saan namin kukunin yung perang pang phase 2? And we don't want to implement something na hindi ho matatapos kasi Mr. Chair, hindi ho kami ang DPWH, hindi ho kami recurring every year na nakakapagpondo ng tuloy-tuloy.
Yeah. But it's already end of the year, and then none of these projects in 2024 and 2025 materialized.
None, sir. We were informed, sir, by the president that they're looking at the funding for the 1.2 if they can use it to the rehabilitation of the Manila Post Office, Mr. Chair. But I think DBM and all the legal things are discussing first for the legality, Mr. Chair, kasi it's a line item. And
Yeah, it's a line item.
It has a title.
Correct,
sir.
correct.
So yun po yung pinag-aaralan nila, whether pwede ho ba siya or hindi, or I don't know how's the process with DBM po.
But this will be continuing, correct? Hindi niya nagastos eh.
Yes, sir.
So, pwede namin alisin to, lagay namin sa DOT. Continuing to eh.
2024, sir.
Yes. Naghahanap kasi ako ng pera eh, para hindi na ako pupunta sa inyo. So, I'm trying to look for funds already now para I can already commit to Secretary Frasco.
Diba,
But
sir?
this will
Yes.
since hindi nila nagastos about 2.2 billion, this will form part of continuing, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then continuing, pwede namin tanggalin, lagay namin sa kanila.
Continuing siya in the sense na dapat na-obligate siya there, sir. That is continuing. Ito kasi is for 2024. So, di
Correct.
ba, ang ating realignment usually on the current year lang siya.
Oo. Hindi, pero hindi nagalaw eh. Actually, none of this project and the total of this project, even in Tacloban, hindi rin nagalaw, di ba?
Wala po, sir.
So, it's about 2.2 billion. Lahat-lahat na
Yung
unexpended.
2024, sir, kasi ma-revert na yun. Yung 2025, pwede siya continuing. Kasi ang policy, sir, namin, kasi usually, TIEZA is a non-asking corporation.
But
So,
this is subsidy eh. This is a subsidy. This
yeah,
is not
usually,
part of their
sir, ano yan, congressional insertion.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, they don't request for us for a government subsidy kasi they have their corporate funds.
Yes. Itong congressional initiative, no, becomes a subsidy, even though it's
Yes,
an
sir.
initiative. Diba?
Yes, sir.
But since di naman nagastos to, maka-carry over to for this 2026.
Sir, I think we will consult first our legal service on that.
Yan, nahanap ko 2.2 billion na. Para malagay ko na, para makakommit. I want to commit kasi to Secretary Frasco. Naghahanap na ako. Para hindi na kami ni Senator Legarda maghahanap pa sa ibang mga funds, no? So we're looking for existing funds so we can already commit. So dalawa na 'yon.
Your Honor,
Yung special
we will-
account
yes.
and also the TIEZA continuing.
Yes, sir. We will give you our
Okay.
position paper
Yeah,
on
thank
that,
you.
sir.
Thank you for that. That's it for now for me. I already started asking TIEZA, but okay na ako, ma'am. I've already. Oo. So ma'am, balikan niyo na lang kami, Miss Vispo. on these two questions.
Your
And
Honor.
then ang commitment namin, kung pwede, we'll channel everything to DOT, no, for
Yes,
their
Your Honor.
branding activities. So tingin ko 2 billion, okay na 'yon siguro, no? Yeah. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Galing talaga pagkasama yung chair, mabilis ang decision. Yes. Would you like to proceed with the other agency? So I have no questions for TIEZA anymore. You're done with TPB. Where are we now? Intramuros. Ano? Umiiyak ka, hindi pwede mag-commit. Nag-commit yung chair. Umiiyak.
Kung pwede.
Kung pwede. Yun. Babawiin niyo yung palakpak. Umiiyak si Irene. Commit ng commit eh. Hindi, ganyan din ako nung chairman ako. Oo, excited. Commit. Pero pag...
Pero may solution na.
Oo. Babawiin ng... Ito. Intramuros Administration. Sige, dyan na tayo. Ang liit-liit ng budget. Tapos, ang kaganda ng dalawa ang nakita ko. Isa, actually, yung kahapon, yung turismo, at saka yung katabi. Mukhang maganda yung exterior, yung facade. Pero hindi kayo binigyan? Zero ang NEP for MOE, for maintenance? Is that it? Or for people to maintain it? What is
For
it?
the operations management program po, for 2026.
2025?
For 2025, mayroon pong congressional insertion for the operations management, but the same is still pending for issuance of the SARO.
So how is it possible, Mr. Chair, that structures are built or that beautiful adaptive reuse? I'm sure you've been to the Centro Turismo and the one beside it, what do you call it?
Museo de Intramuros
Oo.
and Foro de Intramuros.
And these were privately funded. So that's very creative,
Yes, Madam
no?
Chair.
IA and the First Lady, or is it OP that did it?
It's through the funding came from private donations,
that's
but
good.
it's the launching was through the initiative of the First Lady.
Yes. So very good structures. How can we not provide the maintenance of the structures which were restored? Maliit lang naman yun. Magkano?
Around
Hingin nyo na. Kasi wala sa NEP eh. Dapat na sa NEP yun. Estimate lang. How much is it? What will you do? Where will you get it from?
we will be forced to stop with the free access to Centro de Turismo because now it's free entrance to the public.
So you need for MOE? For
the MOOE, we are asking for 112 million in total, including our tourism promotions funding because we provide free walking tours. We also provide free educational field trips for
maintenance lang of the two privately funded structures.
For the two privately funded, for the museum operations po, it's around 39 million, inclusive of the security, inclusive of the electricity, water, the museum guides.
Turismo, Centro Turismo, 39M, maintenance? Ba't ang mahal naman? Oh, ang mahal.
Based on the actual cost estimates that we have, the security services alone would cost us 15.8 million for the two museum operations because it's 24/7.
How's that? Showin paano yun? What do we do? There are two Intramuros structures, napakaganda, privately funded yung adaptive reuse, but there's no NEP provision for its maintenance. Kaya nga. Oh. And then they'll have to restrict now the visitors and charge fees if we don't give it. Oh. So I'm not sure I can amend the budget, but it does not make sense that there's no NEP provision for security and what do you call it?
Security, janitorial, the museum guides,
maintenance.
utilities.
Ang ganda-ganda. Linis-linis. Oo nga eh. Yun. So, would you like to amend the budget even just for the maintenance? Maintenance lang. Oo. Huwag yung 100. Hindi. Ano mo na. Huwag na yung dream. Yung basic maintenance.
Yes, Madam
The
Chair.
way it's maintained now.
Yes,
Basic
Madam
maintenance. O yun. Oo. Tapos you submit it to our offices.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sige. Oh, what do you want to ask sa Intramuros? Hindi na ka ha? Hindi na. Hindi na raw. Ano pang gusto nyo? Sabihin lang nyo. Habang nandyan. Yes.
May we also ask for our tourism promotions programming
Yeah.
because we want to continue providing free walking tours to the
Yes.
public and
Oo.
also
How
to
much is that?
provide for the walking tours it's around 1 million so that we can provide the
Oo na.
weekend free
Akin na yun.
tours.
Sa
Okay.
kanya na yung maintenance ng sentro turismo. Akin na yung walking tour. Sige na.
And for the cultural
Oo.
shows, Madam
Oo.
Chair,
Anong cultural shows ang meron?
because before there was a puertorial evenings, but
Ay.
we converted that into Intramuros evenings so that other sites, including
Yes.
Centro de Turismo, can actually be used as venues to provide free cultural shows on a weekend basis.
Mm-mm.
So that would cost around 20 million for that. In fact, we have collaborated with the Philippine Ballet Theater and the Cultural Center of the Philippines and also NCCA. We downloaded funding to them so that they can collaborate and provide free cultural programming for Intramuros, including historical reenactments in Fort Santiago.
Submit that to us. Okay.
Yes, Madam
Yeah.
Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, kindly submit that. The cultural programs. I funded it long ago Yung
Yes.
Puertorial evenings, binuhay ko. Tas pag walang congressional insertion, wala na naman.
For this year, Madam Chair, you also funded it.
Meron?
Our Intramuros evenings, but I think we have already received the funding through the special allotment release order,
So
so
it's
we're
free
able
for the
to
people.
provide. Yes,
Okay,
Madam
let's do
Chair.
it. And promote it so that naman hindi masayang. Para
Yes,
mapuntahan ng
Madam
tao.
Chair.
Oh, yun muna.
Just quick question lang about kasi napupunta ako doon and then I'm not very familiar, minsan may mga private establishments, may mga government offices. Ano ba yan? Everything is owned by government?
It's mixed, Mr. Chair. There are certain properties which are owned by the government, and then there are also properties which are privately owned.
Okay. And there's no plans for government to acquire everything so that we can invest in that facility? Parang one complex na.
Lahat ng for sale from the private sector, isubmit nyo. Then maybe he can fund one or two. The one right beside NCCA, the National Commission on Culture, it's owned by TUCP. According to IA, it's being sold. Am I informal?
We're not sure, ma'am.
No?
If
I heard
it's
or I learned.
No,
Oo.
ma'am. We
Hindi.
there was a conversation about the
Okay.
exploring the possibility of acquiring the private properties which currently have informal settlers.
Oo.
But we have yet to explore that
Okay.
initiative with the private lot owners. But acquiring the property would make it easier for the SHUD and IA to proceed with the relocation of the informal settlers.
Maganda yung tanong niya. Kindly submit all the privately owned land with the informal settlers at kung kaya, even just one or two.
Big is the complex? Or how big is the
The entire world district is
Yeah.
around 67 hectares.
and then how many parcels of land are private inside that 67?
I will have to check with
Pero
our
67 and then there are private parcels of land, diba? Inside. I would assume ganun siya. Tapos may mga informal settlers rin.
there are 10 private properties which currently have informal settlers.
And then who owns the land? Private?
Different private owners,
Not government.
not government.
Okay.
So based on our current profiling, there are around 1,500 informal settlers in 10 private properties. And there are private properties which are very near IA managed sites, including Plaza San Luis, which is just across San Agustin Church, which is a World Heritage Site. And under the UNESCO rules, we have to provide protection to San Agustin being a World Heritage Site. And also Intramuros is actually tentatively listed because we're also applying for that official inscription for Intramuros as a World Heritage Site. So in order to secure that official inscription, we need to show that the Intramuros administration is capacitated to secure and ensure the preservation and conservation of the entire walled city.
Sayang kasi because it's one of I think part of that cruise trip that comes in, part of their tour package is to visit the Intramuros complex or Intramuros city.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And then but if you go there, nakapunta na ako a few times, may mga informal settlers, may mga private establishments, it's not as it's organized but not completely yung pwede kang maglakad because bigla nilang merong parang may magulo dito, magulo diyan. No?
Mr. Chair, from the time that IA was created by law, it has been our challenge.
No.
We have already relocated a lot of informal settlers, but there's still several remaining informal settler families that remain in Intramuros. So we have been working with the Social Housing Financing Corporation and the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development in order to relocate all of these informal settlers. We have managed to relocate already 197 families last year. And we hope that within the year, we'll be able to relocate 273 more. But based on our profiling, around 1,000 families will still remain. And so we are working with the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development to maybe include the remaining informal settler families in their expanded 4PH program.
Do you have a master plan on a vision for Intramuros, the Intramuros complex? Is there a vision for that?
Yes, we do have a master plan, and we are also currently updating that master plan in order to, as part of our duty in submitting the nomination dossier to UNESCO to secure that official inscription.
Okay, just submit to us a master plan and also a study on how to make that entire 67 hectares a government managed facility with the direction of government will own the facilities and the parcels of land there so that we can fully control, fully renovate the facilities there. Importante kasi we control the facilities.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
But I know it's going to be expensive, but I just want to have an idea. All right.
Yes, Mr. Chair, will do submit. Thank you.
We're not going to ask the other agencies anymore. We just consider the budgets submitted and all the requests made earlier. Okay, we won't repeat that anymore. It's been a long day. Yeah. So, ang hindi natin na itanong ay ang parks. Hindi, tanong ko lang sa parks. Ilan ba ang parks under you? Luneta Park?
And Paco Park.
Just
Madam
two?
Chair. Yes, Madam
Ah,
Chair.
just two.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Oh.
Because originally I think it was 8, but then it was devolved to the LGUs.
Oh, what were the parks that were devolved?
Burnham Green in Baguio City,
Okay.
Quezon City Circle,
Burnham Park.
Burnham Park
Oh,
in
it's now LGU.
LGU
Okay,
in
what's
Baguio
the other
City.
one?
Quezon City Circle in
Okay.
Quezon City.
I think it's better LGU. And then what else?
I think somewhere Pook ni Maria Makiling, that was with the UP Los Baños.
Which is it?
Pook ni Maria Makiling. It was in partnership with UP Los Baños. They have a they have a small area.
Oh.
It's a small area that was
Okay. Tama naman UP Los Baños. What else?
Olivia Salamanca.
Saan yun?
Someone developed in Manila.
Oh, really? Where is that park?
It's in the corner of Taft and UN.
Hmm.
Yes.
Okay. We need more parks. And are you maintaining the two parks? Mas madali sa inyo. You have the two parks.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Oh. I hope there are no informal settlers in your parks.
There's none, Madam
I hope
Chair.
that you have good drainages, basic yan. I hope that you have trash bins for segregated waste in your parks.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ang
we do
ganda-ganda
have.
ng dalawang parks under you. And that's beside National Museum and Paco Park. Do you still have Paco Park Presents?
Yes,
I funded
Madam
that
Chair.
long before.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Naabutan mo yon? Ang ganda. Have you been to Paco Park? I used to go there. Nung bata ako, when I was a teenager, I used to go there and attend weddings, and I used to watch Paco Park Presents. Yeah, until what year did it start? 1970s? Right?
1970s, yes,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Sabi ko hindi na magkatanong. Do you have a digitized copy of all Paco Park Presents?
Not.
I'm sure naka-video yun dati o hindi.
Yes,
mga
Madam Chair. I
concerts.
think we have the videos of before, and we're trying to have it digitized.
Sa
Even,
archives.
even with concerts at the park.
Yun nga, iba yung concert at the park, iba yung Paco Park Presents.
Yes, Madam
Ilan
Chair.
na meron kayo?
We still have both
Ano,
events.
Umatic pa siguro yun, or Betacam, or VHS.
Betacam, VHS.
Meron naman. Meron naman taga-digitize. Ipa-digitize nyo, upload nyo sa YouTube para makikita ng mga Gen Z yung mga napapanood namin live nung 1970s at 80s. Ang ganda-ganda nun. Concert at the Park and Paco Park Presents. I used to watch it. It was televised.
Yes, Madam
And
Chair.
even
Before.
live. Huh?
Yes. Madam Chair, we
Oo.
still have that, but for Paco Park Presents, we have it quarterly, and for Concert at the Park, it's still monthly. At
Okay,
Rizal
good.
Park.
And that's for free.
Yes, it's for
May
free.
nagpupunta.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ilang daan? Ayun, buti. I-promote nyo. Parang kulang kayo sa promotion.
I think for 2025, we had around 118,000 audiences. For
Hindi, yung Paco Park Presents sa Paco, but the concert at the park is Luneta Park.
Yes, Madam Chair. The one at the Rizal Park Auditorium, open air auditorium.
Yes. Those are free cultural shows. And you should ask NCCA. So lahat ng mga artists nila, or even let's say the Rondalia of NCR can perform there for free. You don't charge them for the venue.
We do charge in terms of the production because of, let's say, the lights, the electricity, but if it's in partnership with some of them, we do have NCCA perform and also CCP.
Yeah.
So those are the artists that we do
Do you
get in
have
touch
a
with.
walking tour of Luneta Park?
Yes, Madam Chair, we
Yeah.
do. It's also we have some of the historians doing the walking tours at Rizal
Nice.
Park.
Like the Celdran, I took the Celdran tour long ago before he died. Did you ever do the Celdran tour of Fort Santiago and of Luneta? Yeah, who does it now?
Now we have Professor Xiao Chua.
Yes. I'd
who
like
does
to go
that.
on a shout tour. Alika mag-shout tour tayo. Sa Luneta Park? Yes.
Yes.
Of course. Yeah, we should attend a concert at the park and go on a Luneta Park tour. Oo. Tapos sasakay tayo ng Caritela tour sa Intramuros. Ang ganda-ganda, ha? Cochero. Oo, yung Caritela tour na 1 hour. Diba? Oo, yun.
Yes.
Yun ang aking Christmas gift sa mga staff ko. Oo.
We can
dapat
arrange,
yun.
Madam Chair.
O hindi na. Huwag niya arrange. Kung ano lang meron dun pupunta kami. Ano pa?
We can inform you about the schedule so that you can also do this.
Importante kasi yan, ilan na lang ang parks natin. So, tangkilikin natin, di ba? At dapat malinis at saka safe. You're well lighted.
Madam Chair, we are trying to light up some of the, some of our lamppost needs to be updated, especially since National Museum already lighted up their,
Ang ganda-ganda ng
it's very
National
new,
Museum,
yes. Ours, we
Oh, we
need,
support
we need
that.
to update also the part of for Rizal Park.
Oh, hindi ba ang TIEZA pwede magbigay ng pondo sa inyo? Pwede. Lights lang.
Okay.
TIEZA.
Nagbibigay na po, ma'am.
Oo. Ito. Lahat ng kailangan, Luneta Park yan eh. Yan ang monumento ng ating national hero eh. So, TIEZA na lang manggagaling imbis ang ating pondo. Magkano lang yan? Di ba?
Yes,
Kung
Madam
anong
Chair.
kailangan ng parks, TIEZA na. Pwede yan, from pocket to pocket. Pwede, no? Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Oo. I'll make a surprise visit to either of the two parks.
Okay. Yes,
And
Madam
I'll give you my comment. Surprise ha, hindi nyo malalaman.
Okay,
I'll go.
yes, okay, Madam Chair.
Sige. Mahilig ako sa park eh.
With your permission, papresent na lang natin yung budget lang nila very quickly. Si National Parks and si Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving. Just present your budget quickly lang so that we put quickly lang. In budget lang.
Madam Chair. Pag pumasyal ho kayo ng Luneta Park, sama nyo na rin ho yung NHCP tsaka National Museum. Sa kanila. Para isang kasi minsan ho nagkokontrahan sila ng proposal. So nahihirapan ho kami mag-fund.
National Historical Commission, malapit ba sila sa Luneta Park?
Kailangan ho ng ma'am, Your Honor, kailangan ho ng certification ng NHCP. Kahit approve po ng NPDC, nire-require po na kailangan meron hong concurrency NHCP. Any projects.
Oh, yeah.
Yes po. Kaya para po mas ma'am.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you po.
And National Museum. Oo. That's okay because they're under me also. Sige. Okay, proceed with your budget. The chair wants to see it. Yan, baka matulog.
Okay, for the National Parks Development Committee, next slide. Okay, so this is the budget for National Parks Development Committee. For personal services, we have 66,210,000. For MOE, it's 189,502,000, and capital outlay 65,267. For our capital outlay for the next year, we actually have a 50 million for the rehabilitation and improvement of the Japanese garden, which is around 50 million. And then we also have for the office fixtures of the NPDC building, 9.5 million. And then for the ICT endorsement projects, that's 5.7 million. For the Japanese garden rehabilitation, that's actually in partnership, we are coordinating with the Japanese embassy. This is also in time for the celebration of the 70 years of Japan-Philippine friendship for next year. The total of the whole budget for the Japanese garden renovation is around 150 million, but this is the phase 1 of that Japanese garden rehabilitation. Next slide. So this is our MOE. It's just the continuing for some of the projects for the DICT projects. And then we're also doing an audit of the electrical audit of the Rizal Park because there's no as-built plan for the park. So we wanted to just check the whole layout of it. Yes, Madam Chair. Yes, so it's a good thing that we were given budget for the electrical audit so that we can also have the as-built plans of the whole park.
Yung fountain na
Yes.
dinonate ni Ulmer sa
Yes.
Luneta.
Yes, it's
Nandun.
in the Noli Garden of the park.
There's
So
a Noli
basi-
Garden?
Yes.
Really?
Um,
Punta tayo, may Noli Garden. In Luneta, there's a Noli Metangere
Yeah,
Garden.
Noli Metangere Garden.
Nice.
We're proposing actually to build it as a European garden so that the whole area in front of the park is in line with all of the travels of Jose Rizal. So yes. So I think that's for the overview of the budget for
Hectares is Luneta Park.
38 hectares.
Okay.
And then Paco Park is around one
And the
hectare
38 hectares would be from Quirino Grandstand.
until the central section until Maria Orosa.
Mhm. Okay. Maayos walang informal settlers, walang illegal structures,
Yes, Madam Chair.
walang mga nakatarp-tarp dyan, may mga hindi sige,
None, Madam.
on the spot.
Pa-present na lang yung sa scuba diving, but just the budget, no? Just the budget. So we can put that on record.
Your Honors, good evening. Good evening na po. For the Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving, the agency which is tasked to ensure the safety of the scuba diving industry. For the highlights of our budget, can I just give a short 2-year so we can see the projection, sir? By 2023, our budget was 9.5 million and our utilization was 24%. That is because the PCSSD was just being created by 2023. It only became a budgetary unit of the DBM in 2023. In 2024, our budget was 22,246,000 and our utilization rate was 99.96% with a non-qualified opinion from the COA. By 2025, as of June 2025, our utilization is 53.5%. For 2026, our budget is 44 million and it is distributed to the 3 different divisions of our agency. For our standards and regulatory program, we have 15 million. For our planning and development, 892,000. And for our general management and supervision, 9.49 million. That's the total, sir.
I'll take advantage while TIEZA's here. I'm sorry, nakita ko lang sa notes ko. Bumili yung TIEZA ng hyperbaric systems.
Hyperbaric chamber system.
Chambers.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Hyperbaric chamber system in 2024 were 309 million. And that's in line with your direction of promoting scuba diving.
I think that TIEZA should be able to answer.
Yeah, but hindi ba kayo nag-uusap? Di ba use ang para sa mga scuba divers rin to?
Yes, sir.
Oo.
We are finalizing the MOA wherein we will be working with the TIEZA in operating these chambers. Our mandate is more on the regulatory and standards and the safety of the sports.
Yeah, this is part of safety. Ba?
Yes, sir.
So I would assume that the concept came from your agency.
Not necessarily, sir.
Hindi ba?
There are chambers that has existed.
But definitely this will help the scuba diving industry.
Definitely, yes, sir.
Saan ilalagay itong hyperbaric chamber? Do you know? Andiyan ba TIEZA? Can I ask how many hyperbaric chambers were bought?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have 10 hyperbaric chambers located throughout the country.
These are the ones you bought worth 339 million.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We
But
bought
I read in the reports that hindi pa siya nag-ooperate.
4 are operating already, Mr. Chair.
4 are operating.
The others are in various stages of implementation. We are still building the housing, but the units are already here.
And these are located in I would assume in dive sites that are popular
Yes, sir.
in coordination with, di ba, I would assume nagko-coordinate kayong dalawa, ano? Kaya nga tayo merong ano to? Chamber for scuba diving para maging safe yung mga scuba diving spots natin, di ba? A commission for scuba diving. And part of the technology to make it safe is installing hyperbaric chambers.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. So itong 10, when will it be operational?
Alin po, sir? Sorry.
Yung hyperbaric chambers. 4 are ready.
We're hoping, sir, by the end of the year, sir. Yung sa
Operational?
Darwin po, operational na, sir.
Okay.
So, tinetest na ho nila ngayon. Ongoing po yung testing nila.
Okay. And then 10 operational na lahat
By the end of the year,
by
sir.
end of the year. Okay. Because I read in the reports that may mga problema in operating it, installing
No, sir. Ang problema po, sir, usually yung ownership nung land. Kasi counterpart po ng LGU yung ibang area.
Okay.
So, doon po kami medyo nagtatagal ng konti, sir. Pero yung budget po kasi namin is for the construction of the housing, purchase of the hyperbaric. Pero the land is coming from the LGU.
Who will manage the chambers?
As of now, sir, kami pa ho. But we're, kasi po, tinitrain pa yung sa mga hospitals, yung sa LGU, kung paano po.
Okay. All right. Well, I suggest sana mag-usap kayong dalawa because the end user of this are the divers. Diba? Oo.
Yes, sir. We are coordinating with them.
And then how many more do we need?
That will be based on another study, sir.
Yeah, but based on your study, based on the Scuba Diving Commission study, how many dive sites do we have that are popular?
Basically, sir, the areas where they're putting the chambers are the clusters.
But in nationwide, how many dive sites are considered popular dive sites? Mualbual, isa yan, di ba?
Yes,
Sa
sir.
Cebu. Sa Anilao, isa yan.
Yes, sir. There's already a dive site. Chamber in Anilao.
So how many dive sites, popular dive sites do we have? Sa Dumaguete, isa yan. No? Diba? Bohol, isa yan. Diba? Ano ba yung island sa Cebu? Secretary Frasco, yung may treasure shark. Yung may treasure shark. Malapascua, isa yan.
Yes, sir. We wish to distinguish a dive destination from a dive site.
Oh, dive destination. How
Yes,
many
sir.
dive destination do we have? Dapat alam mo na yan, sir. Dapat mabilis.
120 throughout the country, sir.
120.
Yes, sir. In our inventory.
120 dive destinations.
Yes, sir.
And then, do we need hyperbaric chambers in those 120?
We
Diba?
We
would
will-
assume
we
for
have
safety
we have-
reasons, kailangan natin doon.
we have to look at the volume of diving so that
Correct,
it will
correct.
become practical.
Yes, so how
to put
many of
chambers,
those
sir?
120 needs hyperbaric chambers?
We will redo our research on this, sir.
Oo,
Because
basic yan.
yes.
I would assume that's the first question the Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving should ask to make it safe.
Yes, sir.
Diba? So, dapat yun yung mga basic data that you should have.
Yes, sir. May I explain, sir? The PCSSD was only created technically in 2023, and we are all currently growing our organization and building our agency.
So, ako, I
some of
support
these
scuba
things,
diving. I'm a diver also, but I haven't my license paso na.
Yes,
But my point there is these are basic information that you guys have to tell us in order for us to know what investments do we need to put to promote and make diving safety.
Yes, sir. If we get more budget and more people, we will be conducting a lot of this research to provide you with this information.
Okay, sige. So just provided the information among those 120 destination dive sites. How many of those do we need to put hyperbaric chambers? How much is one hyperbaric? How much is one hyperbaric chamber? Do you know?
TIEZA would.
Yes, sir. Sorry po.
Kano yung isang hyperbaric chamber?
Ang isang piece po, yung model na nakuha namin, which includes wellness is around
More or less
60, sir.
60 million.
Yes, sir.
So
For
magkano ilan ang kailangan natin? how much to install, all of this.
Yes, sir.
Oo. Kasi kasama sa inyo rin yung safety aspect eh.
Basically, yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
sige. I-submit na lang sa amin, please.
Aye, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the Department of Tourism has identified dive tourism as a priority tourism product under the National Tourism Development Plan. And we just like to state for the record that in view of this prioritization, under this administration, we formed a dive tourism committee where we have required all of the agencies involved to report to the DOT in terms of their consolidated efforts and to be able to institutionalize these efforts under the Office of Product and Market Development. We are also crafting a National Dive Tourism Development Strategy and Action Plan.
We have a specialized commission for diving. And by the mere title of the commission, it's a regulatory body. And part of it is safety. I think part of the selling point of diving in the Philippines is we have all of these facilities. And if something happens to you, you can go to these facilities and you'll be treated properly. So that's what I'm driving at. So how much do we need in order to make the Philippines a premier diving destination, because we have those facilities? No, yun ang kailangan natin. These are basic questions naman, sir. So just submit to us para we have an idea. Okay.
So you won't ask the duty free, Nayong Pilipino, and PRA? Hindi na. Oo. Nandiyan sila. Wala na. You don't want to see the numbers. I-flash lang nila. 1 minute each. Yeah. Okay, thank you. We suspend. No. Suspend, right? We deem all the budgets submitted to the committee with the augmentations, amendments to increase it depending on fiscal space. At saka ano yung pinalakpakan nyo kanina nung wala ako? No, para on the record lang. Ano yung pinalakpakan?
Yes, Madam Chair, we will submit our position paper on the proposal of Honorable tungkol po doon sa 2.2 billion something from TIEZA na
Okay
congressional
naman, Madam.
insertion,
Sige.
yes, to the
Thank you. Then we suspend the hearing until plenary and kindly give us your submission. Don't forget that my little request, you fund it na lang, yung MOE ng buildings. Yung dalawang magandang building na si First Lady naman nagpagawa, private sector nga ang gumawa, tapos walang MOE sa NEP. Paano ba yun? Oo, ikaw nang bahala doon. Sige, commitment yun ha, lista nyo. Okay, sige. Okay. Thank you to our hardworking chair. Yes. He always joins me in all the hearings and always increases the budgets of some agencies. Very good. That's why the head of the LBRMO complains. Saan ka maghanap ng pondo? Flood control. Ayun. Okay. Anyway, no, but levity aside, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your presentations. We have, you have our full support for tourism, which provides livelihood for our people. We don't even see it. I mean, it's not sometimes all quantifiable. It's not seen in the statistics. But keep our parks clean, keep our bathrooms well maintained. We should keep our country safe in our own way, in our own places where we live and work. Yeah. And you have our support to promote our country We should all put our best foot forward. Let's start with disciplining ourselves, our offices, our communities amidst all the chaos. Yeah, there's tourism, there's gastronomy, there's sports, there's heritage tourism, so much beauty. Yeah, so amidst all the negativity and chaos, let's not lose track of the potential and the opportunities and the good in the Filipino. Okay? Thank you very much.